Oh, finally, they added a fucking option to play the in-game music, even while you're tabbed out. Thank fucking God. Only took them fucking 8 months. Or however long it took them to fucking add that option. Do we have Intel supplies? No, I don't think so. That's already ended. Hey, Athesia, not feeling too good today? Oh, 'cause it's fucking hot over there? Alright. Take care of yourself, make sure to drink a lot of water and stuff. Okay, gonna try to speed run through all of my gacha dailies today, so that I don't have to do them later. Let's see here. For any double attack crit rate attachments, Hydro. None here. Still none here. You meant that yours. Oh, I thought because you only said 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so I thought you just meant like outside, because like it's still technically summer. So. Oh, you meant personal temperature. For whatever reason, I always feel like I feel like I'm used to people talking about how their temperature is like above, like way above 100 whenever they get sick. Cause like normal human body temperature is like 98.7, right? In Fahrenheit. So like 100 isn't that much over, but then again. Either way, take care of yourself. Let's see. What a view, yes sir. This is one of my favorite characters in this game. Girls Frontline 2, that is. She was in the first game, so naturally when they announced it for the second game, I was really excited. Didn't expect them to bring back this specific skin though, but I'm glad they did. Let's see. What was I? Oh yeah, I'm preparing for Seed. Though I kind of wonder why I'm even bothering prepping for Seed when I'm probably gonna lose the coin flip on Seed next week anyway. Hey yo, Zara, welcome back. Just opened the stream, greeted by your new pillow. 2.2 looks skippable with 2.3 on the way. What in Zenless? I guess you prefer the 2.3 characters, huh? What did you get her manage to get? What did you manage to get her to? She's one of your favorites too, but you only managed S3 because the usual tradition you have to lose a 50-50 to Vepley, another character. Oh, my VSK is only V1. Where even is she actually? Oh, all the way up here. Huh? Surprisingly, she has quite a high combat rating. I didn't expect her to have like 12k. Wonder if it's because of Oh, I think I know why. It's because she's got a lot of really good attachments. Yeah, she's got 3 perfect attachments except for her muzzle device. Still looking for one that has double crit, double attack. Once I find that and give it to VSK, then her attachment setup should be done. So no wonder. Let's see. Let me do that real quick. My VSK is only V1, and then she's got Wat2K's signature, because for some reason she really likes that one instead of her own. Kind of weird. Apparently she only really wants her own BIS. What the fuck is it called again? The Silverwing Dream Warden, some fucking chuny ass name. Apparently she only starts preferring that if you get like multiple copies of it and you combine them together, just for her. So that's a bit expensive for me at the moment, so I decided not to do that. Either way though, she's V1, and then she is fully, oh, well, obviously I just got her fully keyed out. Just finished her neural helix like last night. Yeah. So finally I can fucking use her. Well, use her at her maximum potential. That is. So. You want to go for V6 because you don't think there's a character you'll want in the game after her for a while. That's fair. I still got a lot of characters I'm personally looking forward to, so I have to spend my gems sparingly for now. VSK because I really, really fucking like her. Care to guess why? Gee, I wonder why that could be. I think I'm going to give her the WA2K treatment, where every time she gets a rerun banner, I'll roll for another copy of her, see if I get her or not. If there happens to be like another one of those $45 buckaroo package or bundle in the shop where it's like, oh, you can pick a copy of an older character and like a copy of a signature too of your choice, and VSK happens to be on it, then I think I'll go ahead and I'll try to buy that too. I've been trying to be very sparing with my money so far because, you know, money's tight. But yeah, I'll consider going for that too. But yeah, for now my VSK is only V1. Should have picked her werewolf skin. That would have been, well, I say that would have been a bit too spicy, but then again, it's like, bro, they're not exactly subtle about this, you know? You physically can't interrupt their fucking their fucking animation. That's hilarious. You find her default costume. Oh no, don't get me. I agree. Her default costume is fucking amazing too. Like, as much as this is fucking horny as fuck, you know, big fat titty Russian lady with her tits in lingerie, and like they're lit, like she's not even trying to hide the fact that she's basically wearing lingerie underneath her attack gear. It's like, it really makes you wonder, huh? Like, there was before, like, I remember the day that she came out, right? I was like, oh, like, I would love to buy her skin, but honestly, her default skin is already so good that I actually don't mind like holding off on buying it for a while, because at the time I thought that I didn't have any credit tokens, but turns out I did, because every time you buy the $5 monthly pack, the game gives you a couple, like 300 credit tokens, and I forgot about that, so I just kind of assumed that, oh, I don't have enough credit tokens to buy this. Turns out I did, so I was like, oh, I actually do, so I just bought it. Excited for WUWA update. Oh, yeah, that's right. WUWA should be in maintenance right now, right? Maybe if I'm still streaming by the time WUWA servers come back, which they'll probably come back in an hour, maybe we'll roll for fucking Augusta or something. I don't think I even have enough for Augusta yet, but YOLO. Looking forward to losing my, 5th coin flip in a row across all the big 4 gacha games, so that's gonna be fun. Or 4th one, I should say. Nice thumbnail, thank you. I try. Okay, I don't need to worry about Zenless for now, I think. So I can exit out of that. Can't wait for the New York Knights update tomorrow with Eblana, right? I don't think I'm calling her Necras. I think Eblana is a much better name. I still have to go finish contingency contract, so I think I know exactly what I'm doing after I'm done with stream tonight. Let's see, what else do I need to do? I guess I can do Nikkei dailies. Banana. Oh yeah, I vaguely remember the community likes to call her Banana for some reason. I imagine it's just because her name Eblana just kind of sounds like banana, or was there a deeper reason for that? How much does it cost for me to get me to review a song? A song review. That's a new one. Let's put it at let me pull up my subathon list here. Let's do $5 dono on YouTube or 400 bits on Twitch. Get me to listen to a song and review it. If it's DMCA, then I'm gonna have to listen to it while muting the stream, because if I don't mute it, then obviously YouTube will pick up on it and you know, demonetize the stream. Not that it really matters, but you know. So let's just put it at either a $5 dono on YouTube or 400 bits on Twitch, either or. It's just because her name just sounds like banana. Yeah, I figure. Kuro has the money, yet they refuse to fix their launchers. Fix their launchers in what way? Is it just like super slow or something? Or, well, I vaguely remember having issues with their launcher too. Oh god, I'm updating it now. Hopefully this doesn't lag my fucking stream, but I guess we'll find out. Let me know if the stream starts lagging, cause I just opened Wuwa's launcher and I'm starting to update it now. Hopefully it doesn't actually do anything to my stream though. Oh god, why can't I log on to Nikkei? Fuck this piece of shit launcher. Food stream. I mean, this is a delicious 5-course meal we got in front of us. So, in a sense, you're not wrong. Hesitating between Augusta and Ayuno. Augusta looks cool, but Ayuno gives you Ishtar vibes. Why not both? Oh yeah, that's right. We know why not both. But yeah, I'll try to roll for both. I guess we'll see how well that works out. How much longer does this last? Until the 9th, I think it said. Remaining time left, 1 more week left. Okay. I forgot like 2 days worth, I think, of me logging into Nikkei, just because I just completely forgot about it. So, don't think that'll come into play though. If you stare at VSK any longer, you'll start barking. It's like that. It's like those old ass Animorphs book covers from way back in the day. People still need to re-download the whole patch, which is time-consuming, and some Kuro dick writers trying to say that just buy a better PC or get better internet. Man, you couldn't be more pathetic if you tried. You see somebody beat Xenos with just one level 1 characters? I remember being told this a while back. So, unless you're talking about like a different person who did the same thing, yes, I have heard of it. Though, like, I'm not, like, what do you mean by they beat the game with level 1 characters? Like, they like, went into, like, not TOA, they went to, like, Shiyu defense and cleared it with level 1 characters or something, or what? You don't like that the WoW launcher makes you exit the whole ass game when there's an update? Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I mean, it doesn't bother me personally because I have a good enough PC to where it's like, oh, I have to restart the game. Okay, whatever. But yeah, if you don't have a great PC or if you're on fucking mobile, yeah, I can see how that gets really fucking annoying after a while. Like literally any update. Oh, literally like a half a megabit update. Oh, sorry, gotta fucking restart your game. Oops, sorry. Heard they're adding more floors to TOA and WoW. I think I vaguely remember hearing something about that, yeah. Maybe they plan on doing that next patch? Or maybe they have it reserved for like a future patch sometime, I don't know. I forget. Aiming for story mainly and Hollow 0. The story one took 12 hours alone. Their name is Ill. Yeah, I don't think you can do a level 1 run of like normal Hollow 0. Cause like I tried doing like a super high difficulty level of Hollow 0, and like the game like just auto fails you if you don't kill the boss in time. The final boss, that is. So yeah, like story mode Hollow 0 where there is the game doesn't auto fail you, then yeah, that's more understandable. You need to buy a McGriddle maker. I bought a oh, finally WoW was done updating. I bought a an air fryer, and what, like last year or something, and air fryers have been the air fryer has been has probably been like my single best like kitchen appliance investment like ever. I mean, this is coming from a guy who doesn't really cook like a lot of food for himself anyway, but quite nice. Quite the step up from just, you know, microwaving everything. Oh, it looks like this team can't auto this, so I'll have to figure out a team for this later. You can make so many sandwiches with it, and it's quick. Yep. I used to use my air fryer to like heat up sandwiches, and it makes the bread that I use like really crispy, so that was really nice. But yeah, kind of a pain, not too much, but kind of a pain, like putting in like the sandwich halves into the air fryer and stuff like that. So maybe, yeah, maybe just having like a separate appliance for that, or separate device for that would be nice. Click because of the thumbnail? Thanks. Looks like my master plan of baiting viewers into the stream is working. What is it? What game is this? Glorious View? The main game you're seeing right now on screen, the game that has the girl with the fat fucking titties on it, is called Girls Frontline 2. Or GFL 2 for short. The character on screen you see right now is called VSK 94. Well, I call her that. That's her name from the first game, because in GFL 1, all the characters are named after the guns they use, the IRL guns they use. In this game, she's called Niketa. And she's a short-haired, blonde Russian machine girl, android girl, who has fat fucking titties. She's also the most recent character to join the game, and if you're interested in trying out the game just for this character alone, she's currently on Rate Up right now, because, again, she's our last character. She's our most recent character. Unfortunately, her banner only has a week left on it, so if you want to play this game just for this girl alone, chop chop. Anyways. DNA going non-gacha like Warframe, very interesting. It is, for sure. But unlike a lot of people out there, I'm very cautious about it for reasons I'll explain in hopefully a little bit. If you'll stick around to hear me discuss the situation. Well, I want to react to their stream first that they did, what, like yesterday, 2 days ago? And then I'll talk about, like, I'll discuss my thoughts on how I feel about the whole situation. But one thing's for sure, the situation surrounding DNA is very interesting. No doubt about that. Hey, welcome back, Area. Yep, what a sight to behold. Sight for sore eyes, ain't it? Oh, I should tell you right now, for those of you who got baited into joining this stream to see what was going on with the fucking fat-ass titties on screen. Girls Frontline 2 has an interesting feature where this game does have a dorm feature. Yeah, it does have a dorm feature. Normally in this game, your home screen, your main menu screen, would look something like this, where it's like, oh, you just have a random scene showing off a couple of characters. If you want to have, like, if you have a favorite character, then you can, like, this is their default homepage screen when you obtain them for the when you just get them from Gacha. However, this game does have a feature, and it is a feature, where if you visit a specific character in their dorm, it can be anyone, you can take pictures of them. This game does have a free roam camera, sort of, where you can, like, you know, be a fucking pervert and stare at them from literally any angle that you want to within the dorm. So how I got the current home screen room that I'm using right now is every character in the game has, like, multiple poses. A lot of them are like similar. Some of the skins have, like, unique poses, I think. And how I got that was I have VSK in this pose, the deep sleep pose, and then go into the free camera and then control it so that yeah, so that at this exact angle, I can see both her pussy and her tits at the same time. It's quite nice. And not only that, but once you get the pose you like, the game also allows you to save this pose if you click on the star. How did we do this shit again? Was it the star thingy? It says marked. Let me figure out how to set the shit as fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Let me figure out how to set this pose as your main dorm screen or whatever. Actually, this pose is technically this view is even better just because it makes everything a lot bigger. I should have done this, actually, now that I think about it. Though the further you zoom in, the much more sensitive the controls become, so try to be careful with that. So let's see. How did I do this fucking shit again? Do it like this. Was it camera? No, camera just makes you go back into this. Hide interface? No, that didn't do it. Why am I not? Oh, right. It's you go into the camera angle, the camera thingy here. So camera, and then click on this button up here, and then the game gives you options. You have 3 total save slots, where you can save like custom dorm like camera angles. As you can see, this the one you saw on my home screen, I've saved on my plan 2 here. The other ones I have on Yuhi, K2 as I call her, and then Y2K. So let's see if I were to back out. Can I switch it over to those actually? How do I do this shit again? Do this here. Oh yeah, plans. Plans. So you can switch between 3 different plans like this. I have one on K2, number 2 on Niketa, and then number 3 on Y2K. Y2K is my favorite character in this game, by the way. But if I were to set it on K2, same dealio. Set as background. So yeah, now this is my main home screen, and I can have click on K2 and have her fucking tilt her fat fucking titties towards the camera. Oh, also obligatory pussy shot too. Pussy too. But let's set this on. Let's keep this on VSK for now. Anyways, that's a feature. Welcome to GFL2. Enjoy your stay here. Oh, I already did Tribe Power. Tecton getting banned. Yep, he got banned again. That stupid fucking motherfucker. Hey, how many more F-bombs? How many more F-slurs is he gonna drop in the future to get permabanned off Twitch? There's so many ways that can screw it up. Oh, yeah. You don't need to tell me twice. So many fucking ways. I'll discuss this in more detail, but my main concern with DNA going the non-gacha route is how the fuck do they plan to make money then? Because we know exactly how gacha games make money. It's through the gacha, obviously. Make characters pretty hard to obtain, and then, you know, bait people into rolling them by spending money if they really want them. You know, that's a tried and true formula. Ever since, you know, ever since the very beginning of fucking gacha games, like fucking 15 years ago. So a gacha game that's trying to shed its gacha identity, is like, that's cool and all. That's obviously very consumer friendly and player friendly, but at the same time, it's like, okay, how do you expect to make money then? Oh, just through cosmetics? Okay, well, who do you think you are? Fucking Azure Lane? So, but yeah, I'll save the rest of my thoughts for later, but that's kind of like my biggest question mark about the situation so far. Is this the gooniest outfit? This is one of the goonier ones, to be fair. There are other ones that are also super gooner too. Is this gooner? I guess technically it is. It technically doesn't show as much skin, though. To be fair, this character will have another skin. Well, she has a skin on the Chinese server that's a very gooner, but unfortunately it's a fucking gacha skin that costs $100, by the way. 100 more if you want all the fucking accessories that come with it too, but that's a different story. Or that's a story, that's a discussion for another time. VSK's cheerleader outfit is fucking gooner as fuck. I mean, hell, even her default outfit is really fucking gooner too, because she's essentially wearing, like I said earlier, attack gear over lingerie. It's like she's a sexy ass Russian office lady who just threw on a load bearing vest and grabbed her gun and is out to do police work. Because she was a policewoman in the first game. I don't know if she still is in the second game in terms of lore. This girl probably has the other super gooner skin in the game. Supposed to be a maid outfit. She's also supposed to be a K-pop star because the gun she uses is Korean, so therefore, by correlation, she herself is supposed to be Korean. But yeah, this skin is also extremely gooner too. That's the reason why one of my preset dorm camera angles is on her. Fat titties and, you know, side tie panties. Pretty bold if you ask me. If you like swimsuits, then, you know, there you go. This is also pretty gooner too. It's classy. It's not like it's not as gooner as like this or this. In my brain, Sabrina's Spaz 12 swimsuit is more classy than anything, but it's still a swimsuit. So there you go. This girl also has a pretty fucking gooner skin. I didn't buy it myself, actually. Unfortunately, I guess if you don't buy it, you can't preview it here. Let me see if I can go to shop and if it still shows there. There's a chance that it doesn't show because it was a limited skin. So let's see. Yeah, it doesn't show here, unfortunately. And because I didn't buy it, I can't show it to you. So you'll have to look it up on the internet. Just go Google on Google Images, GFL2 Chohua, or whatever her name is. Yeah, Chohua. I mean, in case her fat fucking titties didn't give that shit away. She legit has a fucking cow print outfit, or like a cow bikini. So yeah, that's pretty fucking gooner, I think. I just can't show you what it looks like, because again, I don't have it, unfortunately. This girl has a race queen skin. It's more cute than anything. I mean, if this skin were the only skin of its kind, then I guess technically it'd be gooner, but I mean, in a game where we have this, suddenly MP7's race queen skin doesn't seem so bad in comparison. This girl also has a bunny girl skin, but also it also doesn't seem that gooner. Well, not at first glance until you concentrate on the crotch area. But yeah, it helps that the tack gear and her black sleeves, I guess, her detachable sleeves, help cover up quite a bit. So yeah, as long as you don't stare at her fucking pussy for too long. Suomi's also got a swimsuit skin, very similar to Spaz 12's. It doesn't cover much, but it doesn't seem that gooner. The frills help. Anybody else, actually? Oh yeah, Xiaohui also has a pretty gooner skin. She also has a race queen skin, too. I forget if it's limited or not. I don't think it is. Maybe it is, actually. Yeah, I guess it is. Fuck. Oh, never mind then. Who is it? Xiaohui, was that her name? Xiaohui? Yeah, Xiaohui. Xiaohui also has a relatively gooner skin. Also a race queen skin, but you see her tits much better in that one. Actually, now that I think about it, this game doesn't have that many gooner skins, but the ones they do have, they certainly activate some neurons, if, nothing else. And I'm sure we'll get even more gooner skins as the game keeps going on, but... Somi's has accessories too, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I don't have them myself though, so... I guess I should explain the accessories at least. Some characters' outfits in this game have accessories. Let me pause my Nikkei daily interception real quick. Some characters have accessories in this game. For example, I believe I bought the ones for K2's outfit. So for K2, if you click on if you've bought the accessories and you click on it, why is my game frozen? Hello? Okay. For a second, I thought my stream was gonna fucking crash. Oh god, the game is fucking crashing. Okay, there we go. For a second, I thought the client was gonna fucking crash just because I clicked on accessories. I guess it wasn't it couldn't handle it. Actually, I guess I don't have her accessories. I thought I did. Oh fuck. I guess I never bought them. Who did I buy accessories for then? Actually, because I remember buying accessories for his skin. Who the fuck was it for? Was it for? Oh, was it for 416 maybe? No, that can't be right. Was it for 416? Oh yeah, it was for 416. Why the fuck did I buy this? Whatever. Anyways, even though I usually use this one, because this is my favorite 416 skin in this game at least. She does have another paid skin, which for some reason is worse than her free skin, believe it or not. But at the cost of this free skin being time limited. So if you weren't playing the game back then, well, you gotta wait for it to rerun at some point. Anyways, the paid skin has accessories. A couple of costumes in this game, a couple of skins in this game have like optional accessories that you can buy for an additional price. I think they're like $5 or something, which is a bit steep considering these are just accessories. But I guess if you're that horny, then you know, money talks. Anyways, you can obviously give her some more stuff. Like you can give her fucking cat ear headphones, cat ear like noise canceling headphones. You can give her like 2 different variations of her tops where you know, they expose her titties a bit. I like this one, so I'll go with that. Here, this is the default where obviously her legs are mostly covered, but you can give her this where it makes her look like she's wearing a bunny girl outfit or at least a leotard. These are called leotards, right? I'm pretty sure. Or you can do this where if you're a big fan of like torn stockings, if you jerk off to torn stockings because they fucking start making your brain fire off a ton of fucking neurons, then there you go. And there's some for you. I like this one just because I prefer the fishnet. And the black straps kind of make it look like she's wearing garter belt, but not really. So, couple of skins in this game have that. So, that one, for example, K2's maid skin also features accessories, as you can see here. Yeah, even if you don't have them, at least it's nice that they let you preview them at the very least. So you can make K2 wear what, like a cute little crown ribbon or something like that. You can make her wear like cat ears for her chest. You can this is default, but if you prefer the tit job window, or you just prefer this, how's this different again? Oh, it just gets rid of the middle frills, I guess. I actually kind of prefer the frills being in there, strangely enough. But if you don't like the frills being there, you just want a straight shot at her cleavage, then there you go. Leg wear, you can also change her stockings or her thigh highs to fishnet, or you can just have her wear nothing at all. The bare leg experience. So K2's got some accessories of her own, and then a couple others too. But those are just some examples. All right, let me get this interception done real quick. Did you manage to beat CC? No, I'll probably just follow a fucking guide for that. Just pull up a Kyosten video or something and get it done after stream tonight. I at least finished all the perma maps, and I did get some of the objectives for the permanent map done on my own last night, but I was feeling very tired by the end just because past couple of weeks have been very exhausting for me. So I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just do this shit on my own. Or I'll just do the rest of this shit off stream and just fucking go watch the video or something. Wish you could make her wear nothing at all? Well, that's what mods are for. shit, gotta restart that. Why couldn't they give us extra polls during on both Augusta and Iona's banner? Thought Kuro was the most generous developers. Yeah, don't mention that around St. Tontus though. Can't have our favorite pet hamster having an aneurysm in his fucking dog shit Kuro cage. What's he gonna do with his daddy Tectone being banned off Twitch right now? How do people even mod GFL2? There are ways. I believe the modding scene is more prevalent over in Asia because I haven't really seen that big of a scene for out here in the West, unfortunately. So you'd have to like know where to look specifically. But it is possible. People have made mods. Making mods for games is pretty easy, honestly, as long as you know what you're doing. Especially if they're on PC. If you have a game that's on PC, oh boy, like you can mod those games pretty easily. Most of the time anyway. I'm sure there are exceptions though. Just open my stream at work and you're being promoted. Nice. I'm glad to see that whoever promoted you, your boss or whatever, is a man of culture. Real recognizes real. Hey, yo, you'll be alright. Welcome back. Just got flashed with this main menu screen. Yep, sorry about that. Or am I? Hurts seeing Destiny 2 like this. You love the game, but it's dying by 1,000 cuts. Yep, and Bungie is being a piece of shit, so... Think he got banned for saying the F word, but not trying to insult anybody, and Twitch staff happened to notice. Yeah, in this socio-political climate right now, it's like if you ever drop the F slur at all, like that's not a good look, man. Like, this is gonna be a bit of a self-report, but I remember growing up, like when I was younger, like in fucking middle school and shit, like back then, obviously, in like the fucking 2000s and maybe the early 2010s-ish, before like all the woke stuff started happening, I was surrounded by kids and grown-ass adults even, who used to fling around the F slur all the time like it was fucking candy, like as much as I fling around the word retard. Obviously different times back then. And hell, I even used that slur a couple times too when I was younger. But when I started streaming, obviously, or when I started streaming like more seriously, I don't even know what that means, but it's like, oh yeah, I was able to recognize that, oh yeah, like it's probably not a great idea if we use the slur anymore, right? So I was like, okay, let's maybe not use that anymore then. And so I was able to wean myself off it, so now I can resist saying that word anymore. So it's like, you know, if I can do it, then other people should be able to as well. But you know, clearly some people have no sense of self-restraint, 'cause they're fucking retarded. Because, like, you know, what's Tectone gonna do next? Just casually drop the N slur as well on stream? Be like, oh, I wasn't trying to call anybody that word either. You know? It's like at some point you just kind of have to scratch your head and wonder, gee, what did you mean by that? What did they mean by this? What did you mean by this? They should drop the nuke on him permanently. I agree, but has Twitch ever like permanently banned somebody? I'm sure they have, but like even though Twitch can be very trigger happy with their bans, I think they tried. I don't think they tried to like go out of their way to permaban people, especially not like bigger streamers. Because Twitch still needs the bigger streamers' revenue, so they try. I think they try not to perma people, but they will like temp ban people all the time. You see it so much online when you were younger. I mean, hell, man. Those of us who are older can remember a time when on the internet we used to use the word. Should I even say this on stream? The grape word as an insult. You know how we say, how we say, get wrecked, or I think the modern version of get wrecked is get mogged these days. I think mogged is like the Gen Z or alpha the Gen Alpha version of get wrecked. Back in my day, people used to throw around the grape word all the fucking time as an equivalent of like get wrecked. Very different times back then. Where you grew up, gay used to mean uncool or like a loser. Honestly, it was kind of the same way for me, too. I think a lot of people back then used the F slur, not necessarily to be homophobic, but just because it was like the word that people used just to connotate something that they didn't like. Like, obviously, maybe some people were using it to be homophobic, but a lot of the time, I honestly feel like people were just using it just because it was like, oh, it's like a serious cuss word that, sounded cool if you used it, At least that was the way it was for me. Until, I eventually realized what it meant. I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't use that anymore. Aiden Ross's banned. Actually, I don't know. I don't really follow that fucking piece of shit. But yeah, maybe he is banned off Twitch permanently. Doesn't he stream mainly over on Kick or something? Like every other week, something I see some fucking Aiden Ross update or something like that, where some other fucked up thing happens on his stream or something. Otherwise, beats me. Tectone probably just gets himself banned to stay relevant. Probably. I wouldn't put it past him, to be honest. Because I've said before, he's a fucking dirty-ass clout chaser, man. So yeah, that would line up. That theory would line up perfectly with, with me saying that, oh yeah, he's just a fucking dirty-ass clout chaser. He'll do anything for the clout. Or maybe not anything, but... and even if he doesn't, even if he didn't do it on purpose, right? He can definitely use the situation as clout. Like, you know, go onto Twitter and fucking bitch about, why did I get banned again? God, Twitch is such a shitty platform. And, you know, farm pity from all his, you know, dog shit followers, or at least the ones that, you know, buy into his fucking dog shit rhetoric. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting Dr. Disrespect is permabanned. Oh yeah, Fan and Lord as well. God, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. I remember watching Fan and Lord's CS:GO case opening streams too. Indie Fox. Indie Fox rings a bell, but I don't remember who they are. Gideon, I don't know who they are. I think Ice Poseidon is also a permaban too, right? Because he's just a another general fucking asshole. Back then, it was just people being salty and mad at games. Now, when people say it, they're just being straight up pieces of shit. A lot of the time, yeah. Sometimes, you know, you can't rule out the possibility that even when people do drop like an F slur, it's like, oh yeah, maybe they weren't trying to be homophobic, because I don't know, especially if they're older, right? And they have like they have an older sense of anger or humor, whichever they used it in. I'm sure maybe they can get a pass, but yeah, more often than not, if people use like slurs, like the F slur these days, the bundle of stick slurs these days, then yeah, they're probably doing it just to be a fucking piece of shit. Probably. Plenty of other insults you could use out there. And yet you decide to use the bundle of sticks word for some reason. It's like, I wonder why. Indie Fox was an ASMR hot tub streamer. Oh, okay. Well, what did she get permabanned for then? Because it's not like Twitch gives a shit about, you know, hot tub streamers. I mean, not that I mind, but considering I'm not against pulling up a fucking Chatterate stream every now and then. But why did she get permad and, you know, just her? Or I guess I should say, what did she do to get permad? Okay, I think I'm done with Nikkei dailies. What's next? Let's see. Oh, I can go take care of Brown Dust 2 dailies now. Actually, let me pull up BD2 and Uma at the same time. Uma Pyoi, Uma Pyoi, Uma Pyoi. Why does BD2 have a fucking update? Oh god. Are the actually anybody playing Brown Dust 2 are the servers down right now? Why do we have an update? Oh yeah, that's right. The event our last event was gonna end today. I forgot about that. I'm assuming the servers are down for maintenance, I think. Well, the game's loading, so I guess I'll find out if the servers are down are still down. Rare Uma stream? Yeah, I'm just trying to get a career run done real quick. Uma Pyoi, Uma Pyoi. Okay, I can exit Nikkei right now. Yes, download. Hopefully this doesn't lag my internet. Let me go, fail a Horse Girl's career run miserably. Whose career should I fail next? I don't know, Airgroove maybe? Actually, no, Airgroove I actually know, I think I know how to play her career, so let's go with the Rice Shower, and, allow me to have a skill issue real quick. And watch her flunk out of her career run like not even 3 races in, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I apologize to any horse girl enjoyer for my severe lack of horse girl knowledge. Let's see. Let's go with the stam training real quick. The Tectone is the drama the same way I'm to Gunner skins, kind of. If you want the analogy to really stick, I would have a Gunner ass gacha skin as like a permanent like stream thumbnail every single fucking stream, and I would plaster all my YouTube thumbnails with nothing but Gunner, the gooniest skins you've ever fucking seen. Then I think that analogy fits better. But you're on the right path, I think. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do a bit of recreation. Get Rice Shower's mood up a bit. Let's see. It's only at good. I might consider getting it to like doing another recreation. Remember, he cheated on his wife. As far as I'm aware, that situation is complicated. Oh, how the hell did Rice Shower get practice perfect from a random ass passive event like that? Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that before. But then again, I don't really use Rice Shower that much. Let's see. I kind of wonder if I should just do another recreation. Because apparently, if this is true, Tectone's wife isn't exactly blameless either, because apparently on Tectone's side of the story, his wife used him to enter the U.S. Because I believe she was originally Canadian. How true that is, I have no fucking clue. Dig into the situation yourself if you'd like, but apparently that situation is a bit more complicated than at first glance. Holy nice view. Yep. Hey, welcome back, Sebastian. Am I gonna do Augusta pulls a bit? I don't have enough to guarantee soft pity, so I'm gonna have to pray that I get an early 5-star, which I don't know if that's gonna fucking happen or not. Let's go with that. Okay, you take it back. The analogy was terribly unfair. Yeah, don't worry about it. Am I surprised that Horse Girl game got so popular in global? Actually, yes. In hindsight, now and especially now that I've picked up the game to see why it became so popular, like what to find out what about this game like makes it so good. Now I understand why. Now I understand that I should have seen this coming. Had I actually played the game myself, like played on the JP server or something. But at the time, before I played it, before I picked it up for myself, I was like, why is this game popping off so hard? So yes, I was quite surprised that. Oh, nice, Rice Shower got the 70 recovery. At the time, before I started playing the game myself, I was pretty surprised. Yes, I was taken back quite a bit. I was like, how the fuck did this game pop off over here? But now that I played it for the past... How long has Uma been out so far? Like 2 months? Yeah, 2 months, right? Almost the day. Yeah, I understand now. It's like it's that meme of Danny DeVito going all, I get it now. Oh my god, I get it. Ooh, that's a really good wit training, actually. Oh, you're talking about Dr. Disrespect? Oh, oops. That was a misunderstanding and a half. I don't know much about Dr. D. All I know are the memes and that he got banned off Twitch for apparently, inappropriately messaging a fucking minor, which, yikes. But other than that, I don't know. I ain't got a fucking clue. Do I have it above Blue Archive? They're in like the same bucket. I would rank Uma Musume above Blue Archive at least, because at the very least in Uma Musume, it's not like the gameplay itself is hard. Like, you don't have to worry about having a skill issue in this game, generally speaking. Because I mean, what kind of gameplay is there? It's just you know, do you know what this event does? That's pretty much it. Unlike in fucking motherfucking Blue Archive, it's you know, are you autistic enough to get this timing down? If not, you can go fuck yourself. I wonder what's better, plus 19 on stam or plus 16 on speed. Fuck it, speed training. When in doubt, speed training. I think we go with the second one because I believe that event, if you choose the first option, it's a mood buff, I think, and Rush Hour's already got great moods, so we don't need that right now. Star Rail is the most boring game at all Hoyo games now. Unfortunately, yeah. Kind of funny when back in the day we used to be like, myself included, we were like, oh my god, Star Rail is such a fresh breath of air from a breath of fresh air from Genshin, and 2.5 years on is like, you know, how the turntables. Blue Archive is like the 4D chess of gacha games. Not really. Arknights, you said this yourself already, but Arknights would better fit that description. Arknights and FGO and a couple of other like old school gacha games. Oh, Girls Frontline 2. Or Girls Frontline 1, sorry. God, that GFL 1 was fucking something. That game was fucking something else, man. Uh, 4% failure. Let's go. Hey. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Brown Dust 2 is on maintenance right now. Okay, so can't do shit. Why doesn't the game let me fucking exit then? Why must you be this way? I swear to fucking God, Korean gacha games are fucking like the 8th layer of hell or something. Holy fuck, man. Oh, I didn't mean to do wit training, but I guess that's fine. Okay, BD2 is on what you calls it's maintenance right now, so I'll take care of it later. What other games do I need to take care of right now? Ether Gazer, because I'm already taking care of Blue Archive on my phone. Exedra on the side. Oh yeah, I guess I can pull up Arknights, and I'll just take care of Arknights on my phone. Let's see, Snowbreak and Ether Gazer. Okay. Ether Gazer should be quick, I think. Let's see. I'm ready for anything. Cool. Let's see. Go to my drive. I'm gonna have to wait for that then. Wit training's pretty good. Power training. Let's go with wit training because Kitasan Black's almost at maximum. Star Rail is a turn-based game for people who hate turn-based, who hate the turn-based genre. I don't think I said that exactly. I think what I said was Star Rail is a turn-based game designed for people who don't play turn-based games. I think that's what I said. Not for people who hate the turn-based genre. Though, to be fair, I suppose that could still apply to a certain extent. So I guess technically you wouldn't be wrong. I wonder if I should do guts training. Nah, speed training! When in doubt, speed training! Okay, well, give Rice Shower a rest. At least Star Rail has a lot more endgame material. I mean, sure, I guess, but if you're at the point where you're able to do endgame stuff in Star Rail, like every time it resets, you just get it done in like fucking 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes, and then you're done. Wit training or stam training? I actually don't know. Wit training, I guess. I think wit is important. You gotta make all your Hanses super smart. Smart Hanses. Wit training, speed training. Speed training it is. Okay, let me pull up Ether Gazer real quick. Let's see, trying to work on speed. That an endgame install reel is fucking boring. Literally 3 different flavors of kill enemies in X number of turns. I mean, I do appreciate that at least Pure Fiction is slightly different, but APOC Shadow and MOC are basically the same fucking thing. Almost. It's like APOC Shadow is like a cross between MOC and Pure Fiction. It's like MOC... APOC Shadow is basically MOC, but with Pure Fiction buffs. Which... You know, on paper, that's kind of an interesting concept, but in execution, it's like, well, I mean, it's basically MOC, like a slightly easier MOC, more or less. I mean, it's nice that we have 3 different endgame modes, and each of them give us quite a bit of gems. Sure, not gonna complain about that. But in terms of like gameplay enjoyability, if that's even a word, yeah, it's leaves something to be desired, unfortunately. Wit training. Snowbreak is way goonier than GFL 2. Kind of? It's weird because Snowbreak technically should be goonier, but in my mind, I find myself gooning harder to GFL 2 characters than Snowbreak characters. I think the reason why is because graphically, I think GFL 2 is far superior to Snowbreak, even though Snowbreak is like a lot more in your face about it, about all its gooner stuff. Like you can straight up marry your fucking characters in Snowbreak. I mean, you don't even need to do it physically; it just happens in the story. And like a lot of the animations of the girls basically just flashing their, just fucking mooning you, straight up. Right, the camera, like the victory camera angles, like when you win a fight, and after you win a fight, like a lot of them don't even try to hide it. They just go straight for a girl's ass or something. But like, despite that, I still find myself thinking if I'm in Gooner brain mode, I think more about GFL 2 than I do Snowbreak. Kind of funny, but that's how it is, I guess, or that's how I am, I guess. Personal preference still, at the end of the day, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just fucking weird. That's a clickbait thumbnail if you've ever seen one. Well, I mean, oh, was Reichar's mood not at good? Well, if it was... No, not anymore. But yeah, welcome to the stream though. As you can see, the thumbnail ain't lying. Welcome to the channel. Stamina training, I guess. Oh, let me pull up Ether Gazer as well, because it's loaded now. The Yamato cannon is loaded, and so am I. See. Alright, we can get both of these. Let's see, quick claim. There we go. What did I need to farm again? It's either XP or coins. Can never have enough of either. Let's go with XP. Let's see, and I think we're done. There we go. I'm gonna have to go through all of Ether Gazer's event stuff soon. Only have like 5 days left on them. But done with Ether Gazer, and that was easy. What else? Oh yeah, and then finally Snowbreak, and I'll be done with my daily gacha dailies, and we can move on to the DNA react, I suppose. Oh god, can I not pull up my Snowbreak thingy? Do I have to go as admin? Yeah, okay. See, good set of pipes. Just gotta get ready for the test. Test is wit, I would assume. Oh no, it's energy. Why the fuck did that give me back energy? Oh, damn, that's a 4. Well, Kitasan Black's already maxed out though. Either way, easy speed training. Oh, there's Snowbreak in the background there. Let's see. Wait a minute. Why is this the... No, hold up. Oh, that's my Woowa backup? What the fuck? Why did it get pinned to my Woowa backup? That's fucking weird. There we go. Actually, hold up. Let me check something real quick. Ew, guts? Fuck that shit. More speed. Damn, just even more speed, huh? Okay. Relaunching Snowbreak. Gonna rest up Rice Shower. Go through Snowbreak dailies right now. Oh, I have to do a race real quick. Got 300 points. What'd y'all say I need to run Rice Shower as? Late Surger? I don't know if I have any Late Surger perks. I do have N Closer, but I don't know if that's necessarily the same as what is it? N Chaser. Not Pace Chaser. N Closer or whatever. Or Late Surger, rather. Hey, Rita. Booba! Yep. One of the best Booba characters in the game. I guess I'll go for straightaway acceleration. What else? I guess we will go for end closer perks, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. YOLO. So, dude, yep. Ayo Knight, welcome back. Let's see. So we change her from Pace Chaser to what? End Chaser, I guess? Or sorry, Late Surger? Huh, that's funny. Even if a horse girl's like, what is it, strategy, they're not so good at late surger, you still want them to be on Late Surger anyway? That's funny. The game lies. I did get first out of that, so. What game is this? The main game on screen in the background is called Girls Frontline 2. Game on the bottom right is called Snowbreak Containment Zone, and the game on the bottom left, or like bottom middle left, so whatever, is called Uma Musume. You probably heard of it. It's a horse girl game. See, another upgrade for Boo Boo, then should be enough. This one, the next one too. What do we get out of that? Ooh, a lot of skill points. I don't know if that's good or not. Hopefully it is. Farm some more of this. Go to dispatch, neural sim. Quick clear all these things. There we go. Grab the rewards. Boom, boom. Not that. Get that done. Grab the rest of these. Okay. Let me see if I can do another multi on the vampire chick. Do I have enough? Oh, I have barely enough. Nice. Nope. No dice. We will continue suffering for her over the next couple of weeks. I think her banner just started, so I should have plenty of time. Yeah, we still have 27 days left, almost a full month, so. Alright. Snowbreak's done. Let's see. I guess we can do wit training? Sure, wit training, why not? I can get exit out of Snowbreak. All right. Now we just need I just need to finish up Uma dailies. Actually, technically, I could just have Uma running in the background. I can just do it after I'm done. Let me just finish up my tablet and phone dailies real quick. Side dishes are cute, nutritious. I don't know. Go with that. Charming. I have no idea how good of a skill that is. Let's see, speed, wit. I heard somewhere that if your training options don't seem that good, that you want to do a race in the meantime. I don't know how true that is, but I guess we'll find out. First place out of that. What was live? Nice. Well, I'll take care of it after we're done reacting to the DNA stream. Hey, Lucira. Hey, long time no talk. Hope you've been doing well, my dude. What game is this? Oh, it's GFL 2. Didn't you play GFL 1 way back in the day? Or am I imagining things? But if you did, this is the second game, dude. You did? Yeah, I'm not remembering incorrectly. No, this is GFL 2. They came out with a sequel. Much easier and much easier to get into than the first. So if you feel like playing it, then but you don't have a lot of time, then this game at least is a lot easier on time management than the fucking first game was, at least. That and it uses full-ass 3D models, so potentially even more Gooner shit. Gonna go back to reading creepypasta fanfics. That's quite the hobby. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, Rita. All right, another race time. I guess we'll go for end closes again, or should I go for something else? Excuse me. Homestretch haste seems good. I don't know if it is though. Straightaway adept maybe. Shooting for victory, slightly increased acceleration when well positioned on final corner. I think I'll go for a home stretch haste or whatever. Again, I have no idea if that's a good thing for Rice, but sure. Nice, another first. GFL 2 doesn't have corpse dragging? Yeah! Thank fucking God it doesn't. I mean, shit, man. Corpse dragging alone as a mechanic would be enough to scare away all the new age gacha gamers these days. All the you know, the Zoomers and the Gen Alpha kids will never understand the pain that we all that us gacha unks had to fucking drag our balls through when it came to old ass boomer ass gachas. Keck W. Ooh, nice. Double rainbow. Double rainbow all the way across the sky. You don't really need to do corpse dragging anymore. Well, yeah, in GFL 1, I would fucking hope not. Yeah. I mean, honestly, oh god, I didn't mean to do guts training, but at least it was a double. Oh god, there goes there's fucking Rice Shower's fucking PMS. I probably shouldn't laugh at that, but oh god. It's a random ass mood strikes all over again. Wit training, this seems pretty good. Yeah, same here, Chaos Lord. I never did corpse dragging myself. Like, I knew about it. I just didn't feel like fucking dragging my balls, almost literally, going through all that shit. But a lot of other people did. But yeah, I never bothered corpse dragging myself, and my account turned out just fine. But you know, people always trying to, you know, min-max the shit out of gacha games will never change. Hey student, welcome back. You're just in time. I'm about to start reacting to the DNA stream. I just want to get some other gacha dailies done real quick, and we'll be good to go. Oh, I can't actually buy any skills right now. What you've missed? Not much. Just the usual gacha stream banter. Explaining to people in my chat, my YouTube and Twitch chat, why there's a fat titty blonde girl on my screen right now. Quite a few people got baited. I'm not trying to use that word condescendingly or anything, but people did get baited into joining the stream, be like, hey, this is a fucking good ass view. I'm like, thanks. It was on purpose. But yeah, no, not really much. Just spent the last hour and a half just taking care of all my gacha dailies right now before we get into the main event, so to say. Oh god, there's the 10th place. Okay, chat. Tell me what I'm doing wrong here. Because this is what usually happens in my career runs if I try using somebody who's not like what Oguri Cap or Taiki Shuttle, or actually surprisingly I actually won a career row with Tachyon, surprisingly, but Oguri, Air Groove, surprisingly, Tachyon, Taiki, like outside of like those four, like maybe one other haunts, like every other haunts I try to use, they always like they do pretty well for like the first couple of races, and on one particular race, like 3 or 4 races in, they just fucking crash the fuck out like this. It's like they just cannot seem to get first. And like I figure it might be because, oh, maybe my strategy's not right. Maybe I never really tried experimenting though, so that's kind of my fault. But yeah, now we're at a rate. Now this is the race I'm talking about, where it's like, oh, now my horse girls are just gonna fucking bomb the fuck out, and they're gonna get sent to the fucking glue factory. So it's like, oh, okay, now what? Agni's unironically one of the best women in the game. Really? I did not know that. Okay, well, shit. Because the first couple of times I used Tachyon, like she was like every other horse where I just could not get past like the 3rd or 4th race. But then, like, randomly, like, a couple, like, earlier this week or maybe last week, I decided, you know what, I'll do another race with Tachyon. Let's see what's the worst that could happen. And she ends up winning the entire thing. I'm like, what the hell did I do different? Maybe I just got lucky. I don't know. Now, my Tachyon that I won that race, that run with, is my highest rated horse girl on my account now, like 9,700. Even my Oguri Cap is nowhere near is not as good, because she only my best Oguri Cap is like only at 9,500 rating. So I guess that's good to know that Tachyon is actually one of the best ones, which is hilarious. Lack of stamina? Probably. Yeah, my stamina ain't very good, and she's only got 204. Because this is usually the strat that I go with for like the usual speedsters. Maybe that strategy doesn't really work so well with a lot of other girls. I feel like every single horse girl in the game has like particular stats that they work best with, or is that inaccurate to think? I feel like Rice Shower has like stats that she prefers, because like clearly just slamming speed every other turn, I don't think is working out for her. Because now that she got 10th on her first try, it's like if I click on view results, I don't think it's gonna be any better. If anything, it's gonna be fucking worse. Usually how my runs go for like any hunts that's not like one of the 4 that I mentioned earlier. You do want good speed and stamina? Well, I mean, stamina clearly she's lacking there, so maybe I should have focused more on stam then, I guess. I don't know. There's an OP skill called Slaying Maestro. Yeah, I don't think I have that skill. Yeah, I don't think I saw it on my skill list. Is there a way to see what skills she has in the screen? I don't think. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, no, she doesn't have it, or at least not that I can see. So. So I'm assuming that there's nothing really I can do at this point. Like, there's no point in like changing strategy. I mean, apparently late surger seems to be like the best race strat for the game. So I think I'll do one more run here and then see if she gets any better. Oh, 3rd actually. I'll take that. At least we don't fail the fucking we don't fail the run at the very least. When are they gonna add the Neuro family Umusme? Imagine they actually do a fucking Arknights collab. Bro, I would fucking lose my shit. Like, you'll actually be seeing me soy jacking the fuck out. And I would do it unironically. Okay, well, lesson learned. I guess we'll have to focus on stamina. But, like, is it still a good idea to focus on stam even if, Even if, what is it? Like, she has no assistance in stam. Well, I think right now I'll have to rest her up. I'm gonna do shit with only, that much, only that much. Important to train and have... Doesn't she already... Didn't my rice shower already have, practice perfect? Because when you get this event, the third option gives you practice perfect, right? But she already has it, so if she already has practice perfect, then what does the third skill even do? I guess it just doesn't give you anything, huh? Look for guest legacy Umas with many stamps. But oh, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe I should start doing that. If she does, second option is better. Yeah, I before I found out that the third option always gives you practice perfect if you don't have it yet, I always did the second one because I figured, oh, it's just more stats. But yeah, I guess now because Charity has practice perfect, yeah, just better to go for the stats at this point. Actually, skill points, well, rip. Fucking rip. Let's see. I feel like I should go unironically for the guts here, because triple level up, and then I guess we'll get a skill out of this. Let's see. Late surger straightaways, hopefully that's good. Oh, now we're on the beach training episode. Let's see, let's go for stam training. See. God damn, that's a pretty tempting speed training right there. Should I risk it for the 20%? I don't know. Cause if you fail a training while you have practice perfect active, you lose practice perfect, right? Because I remember having that happen to me once before. Technically, there already is horse racing in Arknights during the Kashmir's major. There's a chance. Oh, it's RNG. Oh, okay, so you might lose it. You might not lose it. Okay. Fuck it. I'll risk for the biscuit. Let's see if I hit the 20%. I think I did. Yeah. Yup. I knew it was a good. I knew there was a reason why I would always I used to never or before I wouldn't even bother taking the risk if it were anywhere near 20%. You might get practice poor. Yeah, I've seen that happen. Obviously, so I've seen that happen. So I know about that. Let's see if I lose practice perfect though. If I do, then this run is basically cooked. Encourage you to keep going. I think that's the risky one. Let's go for that one. Oh yeah, there's the practice poor. Hey, I both lost practice perfect, and I got poor practice poor too. Nice. Fuck yeah, just exactly what I fucking wanted. The Arknights event go. You fell asleep at the end. Oh, I just cut it short. I'll get the rest of it done after I'm done streaming today. And I'll just go follow a fucking guide or something. Mega meat right. And I'll just go follow. Mega meat rice bowl, huge candy apples. Need some protein, girl. Power, okay. Oh shit, that's one hell of a speed training right there. Hey yo, Omega. Yep. Holy fucking titties. Nice. Let's see. Do I want even more speed, or do I want stam training? I mean, we have to have stam training, right? So. Okay. Sorry for the silence there for a bit. Twitch chat or my Twitch stream apparently died, but my internet is fine. And you guys on YouTube, I think are still good to go. You guys, the stream didn't die for you guys, so yeah, Twitch server's just shit in the bed as usual, I guess. Let's see. Let's rest up Rice. Rainbow wit training, rainbow speed training. Nobody in stam. Well, we have one girl on stam. I want to do wit training actually. Alrighty, race day. What should I spend my skill points on? Is intense gaze a good skill? Because I've gotten that skill a couple of times before. I just have no idea how good it is. I think I saw somebody in Twitch chat mention that it's good to have like a couple of debuffs, a couple of strong debuff skills, right? You don't really run debuffs in a career? Ah, okay. Decent for PvP? Gotcha. Well, I don't really care about PvP builds at the moment, so I will go with something else then. Actually, I can go with the late surgery here, actually. You want mostly stamina skills now? Well, I don't know how many of those I have. 4th place, is that good enough? No, it is not. I guess we can try again. See if she gets any better luck here this time. Nope! Okay, it's cooked. End career. Alright. Next time, if I do another rice shower career, I'm gonna have to look for. Hopefully, I'll remember to. Hopefully, I'll remember to pick up a. What is it? A stamina legacy character or a stamina legacy support character from my friends list or something. Do an evil nature, nice nature. I don't even have her. I don't think. Hilarious. This rice shower is actually my best version of her. Funny. I don't think this would do anything. Surprisingly, it actually makes my teams even worse. That's fucking funny. So maybe let's not do that. Yeah, time to spam fucking left click for the next like 5 or 10 minutes. Ayo, Carlotta, or Rio, I should say. What was the support card setup? I just spam speed cards, which is part of the problem, because I have no idea what else to do. But now that somebody in Twitch chat, or sorry, not Twitch chat, YouTube chat was like, yeah, maybe next time you should take stamina followers or stamina legacy hunts. I was like, oh, yeah, that might be why. Borrow Super Creek. I'm about to see if I have. No, I don't think I have my own Super Creek. Yeah, I don't think so, because I think I re-rolled for the debut or like the launch best support card in the game, whichever one that was. Super late today. What'd you miss? Not much. I basically spent the last 2 hours just clearing gacha dailies. Once I'm done with this, though, I'm gonna react to the Duet Night Abyss live stream, and we're gonna talk about officially. I'm going to discuss the whole DNA like ditching the whole gacha model thing, and maybe I'll turn it into like a react video or something like that. You're on painkiller. Oh yeah, it's right, Rio. You said that you had an accident at work, right? So yeah, I'm assuming you're. So yeah, I guess it makes sense you're on painkillers right now. Makes it easier for runs because you always train speed anyway. So what's the combination we're looking at then? Speed cards with a few like a mix of speed and stam cards, but you also what run stamina legacy umas, I guess. Or is it like or is the ideal way to like mainly train mainly go for stam supports? 3, 2, 1 speed power, speed stam power is a good generic lineup. Okay, I'll try to remember that then. Also ditched the stamina system. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll talk about that too. I'm sure they'll bring it up in the live stream itself. But yeah, that's also very important too. Might have to steal this angle from me, bro. Feel free. It's a great angle. Okay, let's do daily races. Get these out of the way. Every track and distance you want to have a minimum stam stat you want to hit. I see. I guess that makes sense. Alright, and let me go get my ass kicked by Tokai Teo here. Oh, did they change the legacy race? Because I think the last legacy race we had was against somebody else, right? Let's see. Let's see who we can use here that's not going to get absolutely fucking shit on. Let's go with the Bakushin for now. See if she can get it done. Let's see. 18th. Nope, she cannot get it done. Absolute dead fucking last. Oh, oops. I did not mean to confirm that, but... You can try Tachyon. I tried Tachyon in the last Legends race, but yeah, she got her ass clapped every single time, too. Don't bring a sprinter? Yeah, I can tell. Let's see here. Let's try Tachyon then. Let's see if she has a fucking snowflake's chance in hell in making this at least somewhat competitive. I pull in a Woo-Woo tonight after I'm done reacting to DNA. Let's see. Nope, 16th. Nice. Okay. I guess I'm not getting this, I'm not gonna be able to win this, Legends race at all. Grab whatever's in my gift box, and we're good for today. Augusta's arriving. Yep, she should be here now. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and exit out of Horse Girl game. Let me also exit out of GFL 2. I'm gonna also have to mute it real quick. There we go. Okay, let me pull up the stream now. Excuse me. There we go. Fit the screen. Capture it. Yep. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and we'll get started. Okay, we're back. Crank up the stream volume. Stream is great. Goes off great right from the start. All right, looking forward to it then. Let's see. Let me take down the. Let me write down the React stream timer here. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, we're going to react to the DNA livestream where they apparently announced that they're gonna drop the whole gacha model thing. I didn't watch the stream live, so we're in for a treat, hopefully. So let's get started. Ayo, Dandelo, welcome to the stream. Just in time, too.
Don't believe it.
Hey, there's definitely not Peeb. How long until St. Tontus makes a video complaining about how DNA stole Peeb's design?
A divine blessing that birthed abundance and marked the dawn of civilization. But the golden age was short-lived. From plenty rose greed, from fear fury. Solarians and Charons crossed blades once more. Another turn in the endless spiral of strife. Children of fate, your paths now entwine. Step forward and seek the origin, and the reckoning long buried beneath the sands of time.
First thing I'll say is that the aesthetic is very Wua-like now. Clearly, the DNA devs have played quite a bit of Wua while they were working on this game. Cool cinematic, I guess. Hey, look, it's not Siachana.
Sand ropes weave the path beneath.
I think that's the main character right here.
Sand realm. There lies the beginning of
Hey, yo,
the
thanks for welcome
story.
back. Just in time.
Someone will pluck you from the briny waters and lead you to a frozen wilderness, where destiny will pose the ultimate test.
Go forth and commence the long, strenuous journey.
For those as insignificant as we, to exchange what little we have for what we desire. Is that not, in itself, a stroke of fortune?
I'm curious if a naive fool can actually make a difference. Even a little.
Wait a minute. Was that? This is just Encore. They didn't even try to hide it. This is just Encore's ultimate animation. I think Pan Studio devs played a bit too much Wua while they were working on this.
If you wish to save all this, set forth once more. Tread another path twisted into the helix.
So much food we've levied. Gonna have some good meals before we turn it in.
Okay.
Mission complete!
Sorry, let me rewind the, I think, right here. Sorry about that, I wasn't really paying attention, so I have to rewatch this. I'm assuming this is just like some story stuff, story background, lore and stuff. Was that a Cash's alt copy too, or were you just also hallucinating? This girl is basically Lolly Peeb. like I am actually like 75% expecting Saint Tontus to make a fucking angry ass retarded video complaining about how this girl is basically a ripoff of Phoebe from Wuthering Waves. Cause like technically he wouldn't be wrong. Like blonde, big ass hat, even has a blue brim too, right? Doesn't Phoebe's hat have like a blue brim or something? Like this is just Lolly Peeb. Lil Peeb, yeah, Lil Peeb. Mini Peeb. Which game is this? Oh, DNA. This is the live stream that they put out like yesterday or so, 2 days ago. All the characters are direct ripoffs. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I think that's what I heard back in its like very first betas or something. It was very Warframey. I mean, it's not a bad thing necessarily, but yeah. Yeah, this is basically a little Peeb. Also, yeah, I think they did show off like some sort of like Dragon Ultimate animation somewhere here. Yeah, maybe they took it from Casters. I don't know. To be fair, it didn't like immediately remind me of Casters, like how this girl reminds me of Peeb. But maybe if we were to watch it back again, maybe.
Some good meals before we turn it in.
PB Lily. Maybe the Phoebe lovers, the Phoebe mains and Woowa can pretend they can play this game, and they can pretend like this girl is their daughter or something. Funny that the design style is a ripoff of other gachas, while the powers are ripoffs of Warframe. I mean, hey, what can we say? Chinese devs doing what Chinese devs do best. Legally distinct Phoebe, by the way.
The special commissary's here! He's till wherever!
Character design styles, ripoffs. Yeah. I mean, are any of us like fucking surprised by this? Lost 50-50 to calculator. Oof. Sorry about that, Finkel. You can blame that one on me.
Our story began with the gift of the Heaven Tree. A divine blessing that birthed
Wait a minute.
abundance and
This
marked the
this
dawn
art
of
style is just straight up Star Rail. Like the art style from a lot of the Amphorius cutscenes, no? Well, this reminds me a lot of the, you know, for those of you who play Star Rail, this reminds me a lot of the those puzzles. Like there's this one particular puzzle where it's like you have to move this like little dude around, but then after a certain number of steps you take, the game like summons like a dark version of you that mirrors you, right? That mirrors your path, right? Those puzzles, the art style on that puzzle is exactly the same as this one here, or it's very reminiscent at least. So, hey, look, more ripoffs. But hey, Chinese gacha game, so what'd you expect?
civilization. But the golden age was short-lived.
What's with all the gachas that have some cute little girl, cuteness cells? Yeah, Wissenschaft. So, if you're not aware, in Asia, especially in Japan, but this also like a big degree of it also exists in other places in Asia too, especially East Asia. Cuteness is a lot bigger of a trait that's like presented in East Asia. If you're Western, cuteness isn't like as emphasized. Like, you know, some of it's there, sure, right? You know, it's all, you know, but you can have Americans or Westerners in general go like, oh, that's so cute and stuff like that. But for like a gamer audience, the mainstream Western gamers, we care more about, you know, oh, what's cool and what's edgy and shit like that. Just because that's just kind of how we are, as like a collective like demographic. But in the East, cuteness is a lot more desirable of a factor. That's why in almost every gacha game, most gacha games anyway, especially ones that are from China and especially Japan, you'll usually find like a token lolly somewhere where their job is to just show up and be cute, right? I mean, just listing off the fucking big four gacha games, right? Genshin has their assortment of lollies. No, there's not too many, but they've got some at least, you know. Your Chi-Chi, your Klees, your Nahidas and stuff. Star Rail's got Bailu and Hook and, you know, other lolly characters. To be fair, Star Rail hasn't put... Well, no, they did put in another lolly character recently with Trippy. So there's that. Not only one, but three of them even. Well, two, because one of them's dead. What is it? Zenless also has... Does Zenless have a straight-up lolly? I forget. Does Zenless have a straight-up lolly? I actually don't know. I can't think of one. Like, the closest we have is, like, maybe Lucy? Lucy or maybe Sokaku? But they're more teenage girls rather than, like, straight-up lollies, though. So, I don't know. I forget. Wu has definitely got some, and with, like, you know, Encore and Verena and Yohu, I think. Rasia, too, for that matter. Though Rasia gives me more of a vibe of like an adolescent girl rather than a straight-up lolly, but whatever. Your mileage may vary. But either way, in gacha games, in Eastern games, like, cute stuff is a lot more... Like, people don't mind the cute stuff as much. Cuteness is definitely a more socially accepted trait to have over there, whereas here in the West, like, yeah, sure, we don't mind some stuff that's cute, but we're more like the entertainment audiences here in the West are we're more shooting for like the cool and the edgy stuff. Like, a perfect example of this is, like, if you were to compare, because, like, this just popped in my head, a perfect example of this is, like, look at the box art covers of Kirby Air Ride back in the day for GameCube, the old-ass version, not the new one, the one that came out in 2003 or something for the GameCube. In Japan... the cover art for Kirby's Air Ride showed Kirby, obviously, but he was all happy and cute and stuff like that. But in the American version, the cover art for Kirby's Air Ride for the American version had Kirby looking all intense and like badass and shit like that, even though he's supposed to be a cute little puffball. Like, Nintendo knew that. They knew that. Oh, and here for the Japanese audiences, yeah, sure. They don't mind seeing Kirby look all cute and stuff. But for the Americans like their fucking badass shit. You know, they like their edgy characters. They like their cool characters, and so that's why they deliberately made Kirby look like more intense and badass and stuff. Just for that, and I'm sure you can find a lot of other examples of that too. So yeah. Anyways, long story short, it's a cultural thing, basically. East Asians love cute stuff, so there you go. Obviously, that's not to say that Westerners don't like cute stuff at all either. Of course, some of us do, but just generally speaking, Westerners are looking more for like the cool and the edgy stuff, the badassery, basically. Anyways, Finkel, hey, what's going on, man? I mean, you were already here, so... But thanks for the 10-month resub. Welcome back. Want the soft pity for guarantee? Yikes. Well, sorry to hear that Wu was shit on you. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll shit on me too, eventually. Did you miss Augusta Pulse? No, not yet. I'll be doing that later, hopefully. After I'm done, reacting. They're all dead, actually? Oh, shit. Rip. Piper? I guess Piper, yeah. But I think Piper has the exact same body model, the 3D model as like Lucy, I think. And besides, Piper is like the grandma lolly, the lolly baba, I guess. So like kind of, but not really. Anyways. Yeah, we're all about the cool, the edgy, the sexy, whereas they're about, East Asians are more about like the cute. You're American, you forget how big of a deal. Yeah, it's definitely a cultural thing. That's like, we can sum this all up, this whole conversation up to, it's a cultural thing, basically. But, just to explain it in a bit more detail. Anyways, let's continue on.
From plenty rose greed, from fear, fury. Solarians and Charons crossed blades once more. Another turn in the endless spiral of strife. Children of fate, your paths now entwine. Step forward and seek the origin, and the reckoning
characters
buried
are
beneath the sands of time.
Prince of Persia? Did they already play this scene before at the very beginning? Why are we watching it? I think this one's different though. Oh, maybe this is like just a compilation of all the trailers they've done? I don't know. There's the definitely not PB. Yeah, I feel like we've seen these trailers before. Like they've already played them. Why are they playing them again? Old ass fucking memory, core memory unlocked. I never even played that game myself. I just know its name. Or I know that it used to be a very big game in the past, like the old one from back in like 2003 or something. Feel free to skip ahead. They're just repeating trailer. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. And I'll still watch them anyway because I don't think I've watched any of their trailers. Unless they just, like, rotate every single one of their trailers over and over. Like, they just keep looping this shit over and over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this trailer is, like, the exact same one that they played before. But I think this is towards the end, because, yeah. Fairy girl with their wings and stuff. The definitely not see a Chana
ropes weave the path.
Yeah, no, this is the exact same trailer. I recognize the beginning here.
Shouldst thou dream of...
Yeah, this is the exact same shit. Okay, yeah, I will just skip ahead then. Fuck it. Save me some time. Yeah, this is the not PB scene. This is the exact same shit. It's the flashback. Are you fucking kidding me? The first half of this fucking stream is them just repeating the same trailers over and over? What the fuck? Is this new? I think it might be. So I think I'll let it play starting from here, yeah. Because I didn't recognize that scene. Yeah, this one looks new. No, I spent a whole hour waiting for the actual stream content to begin. I mean, I've done worse, so fuck it, I'll do it. So, two main characters. Wonder what their relationship is. Brother or sister, or like technically just technically the same character. You just choose between male and female. All of that just for a fucking waiting room screen, huh? Live stream will start soon, guys. You're actually really hyped for this game, even though you already have like 7 gachas on your plate. God damn. It's quite a lot. Alright, we didn't have to wait for too long at least. But yeah, we'll see how good this game is. For the actual stuff, it starts at around like 28-minute mark. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's starting now.
大家好，欢迎来到二重螺旋公测定档节目，我是二重螺旋制作人石贝大雄。
Name is Decabear. Okay.
大家
I'm
好，
assuming
我是二重螺
Decabear
旋的
must
运营
be
小段，
name is
我是二
literally
重螺
XD.
旋场景美术小智。
I guess
这名测试已经
Decabear
结束
must
一
be
段
like
时
the
间了。
Dawe or
那我们
the
呢
the
仔
Solon
细
of
看了
Pan
问卷，
Studio.
还有一些其中的建议跟反馈。我们在之前的测试结束呢，我们也做了一些简单的回应。那近期呢，其实我们又做了一些新的调整方案。那今天通过这个直播的形式，向大家传达二重螺旋后续的重磅调整。
重磅调
Major
整，大
optimizations.
勇老师
They weren't
就
wrong
不要
with
卖
that
关子了，赶紧给大家讲一下吧，是什么重磅调整？
那稍微等一下，我找一个道具。
好
OK， 那就
Let me
是
grab a prop.
就是
免费。
哦，是什么免费呢？
那首先呢，第一点就是角色免费。
角色免
Favorite
费，
characters free.
怎么个
What a
免费法？
bombshell.
不止角色免费，
啊
还有
还有
武器免费。
哦，武器免费。
对，这个最重要的就是我们取消了我角色和武器的卡池。
So, actually, let me take some notes while we're going on here. So, because these are pretty fucking important. So, let's see. DNA, let's see. DNA gets rid of, let's see. So, basically, no more gacha model. Characters and weapons are all free. Okay?
未来所有的角色跟武器呢，都可以通过游戏的免费玩法获得，直到全部收集。
那挺好的。
那第二点呢，就是体力无限。
哦，
And the
我这也
second
有。
update is unlimited, unlimited or technically no stamina. Okay.
哎，那我们删除了体力的系统，未来呢也没有那种让大家很难受的体
No
力卡。
stamina walls holding players back.
我第一次听到这个改动的时候，其实感觉一大堆的工作量都在等着我，然后都不知道从哪里去改，甚至有点其实都不想去改了。但是听完大雄老师去仔细的讲解之后，我们具体的修改方案其实慢慢的也接
Free
受了。
in this economy.
啊，工作前搞这么大改动，确实每个部门的工作量都有点爆炸呀。
工作量是一方面了，但其实能看到产品更加完善、更符合玩家的反馈啊，其实我们觉得是蛮值得的。那我们重点讲一下我们现在这个体力系统吧。那就是说，之前的测试当中，其实我们被很多玩家诟病，说我们游戏玩法这个其实以爽刷为目的的，但是其实又有体力卡的，其实挺难受的。
是我
You are
上
free to
测完
play.
的时
You're
候
all
就是
we're all
在
free
体
to
力方
play
面有非
whether
常
we
多
like it or
想吐
not.
槽的点啊。我自己比如说我自己刷本，刷着刷到，因为我们有连战嘛，刷第3波、第4波的时候，哎，其实我还想继续刷，但是呢，这个时候提醒我体力不够了，但是我感觉好像要逼着我要买体力，但我不想买，哎，这时候非常难受啊！啊，就算我们后面在测试过
Or
程
you know
中
you gotta
我们
wait
投
for
放
your
了很
stamina
多
to
这个
refresh.
免费的体料，哎，但是总感觉哪里不舒服。
所以就是因为这些不舒服，所以我们经过内部讨论，最终决定删掉这个体力系统，将选择权交还给玩家。那这里面所有的委托副本啦，还有养成材料啊、武器图纸，甚至珍贵的素材，还有逆函副本，其实我们都删除体力了。简单来讲，就是想怎么刷就怎么刷，大家也不要受到体力的影响，或者要去计算体力啊，或者受到体力的裹挟啊，去考虑怎么使用体力更有性价比。就希望大家更轻松一点。
那体力系统就是经过这样的大改，与之相关的系统要怎么调整？就比如说上次就是比较卡进度的历练等级
Good
系统。
opportunity to shit on the
这个我来
competition
说明
sort
一下
of
吧
like
因为
indirectly.
之前的
Yeah,
这
you can look at it
个
that
历练
way.
等级是和体力算是
Kind
强
of.
相关的啊，我们消耗体力，
Well, not
然
even
后
kind
获得
of,
历练
yeah.
经验，然后提升
Definitely
历
can
练
look
等
at it
级。
that way.
那么现在体
I
力
think I even said so myself
这个系统
yesterday.
删掉之后呢，我们
I'll
对历练
expand
等
more on
级这
that
个
later.
系统也做了一些调整啊。后续历练等级将会与这个角色收集进度、角色养成进度、武器收集进度、武器养成进度，然后包括我们的日常啊、支线、主线，和这些系统更相关。
So let me make another note here. DNA progression now seems to focus heavily or mainly on collection, characters, weapons, story completion, etc.
一些，然后随着历练等级不断提升啊，会不断的解锁新的内容，然后也会有解锁这个新的全局增益效果。当然，之前有的这个连战功能，以及说多倍掉落券的这个功能，我们还是做了一些保留，因为我们觉得这两个系统，对于这个玩家刷副本来说还是非常有帮助的。
确实。那体力系统呢？其实移除呢，其实我们就是不希望再有限制了，让玩家有更多的选择，想刷就刷啦，想玩就玩啦。对于想刷的玩家来讲，他其实可以尽兴的去玩了，就不会说我爽一半，然后肯定有体力。那对于休闲玩家来讲，那其实也不用说一定要被体力裹挟，每天强制上线要清体力，不清体力就觉得哇我好亏这样。
是，感觉少上一天就比别人落后一天，很难受。
对，
是的。我们希望其实大家还是能够进游戏里面自由的体验，然后去刷取自己想要的东西，没有那么多的限制。介绍完体力系统之后呢，大雄老师能不能再详细给我们
Basically, they want as
介
many
绍
new
一下
players playing the game
抽
as
卡相
possible.
关的改动？
关于抽卡呢，在过去的测试当中，其实我们开放了武器免费的获取途径，那个时候大家反响还蛮不错的，对吧？那整个抽卡模式其实就如果按照旧版的来讲，其实大家压力都还是蛮大的，所以我们需要做一些调整，所以我们把角色的抽卡也取消了，武器的抽卡也取消了，这个其实对我们玩法本身来讲更自洽一些，所以其实针对这个调整来说，其实我们的目的呢，还是希望说 pay to win 这件事情，在我们的整个游戏当中，其实已经不是那么重要了。
我其实自己上次
我们的整个调整来说，其实我们的目的呢，
Goal is
还是希望
simple. We
说
want to make
pay to win
sure
这件
that
事
pay
情
to
在我
win
们的整个游
is
戏当
just
中，其
isn't
实
a
已经不是
big
那么
deal
重
in
要。
this game anymore. Well, we'll see
我其实
about
自
that
己上
because I won't dwell on this too much because I want to save it for after we're done with watching the stream. But if characters are no longer obtainable from gacha, you don't have to worry about having to gacha for characters anymore. How do you get them? I'm assuming you'll get most characters from like story, I guess. But what if they gate characters behind like some really bullshit methods? I don't know what those methods are, to be fair. But like developers can be very imaginative when it comes to like locking characters behind some stuff. So I guess we'll see how they handle that. But for now, I'm curious to know how they plan to make it so that we can obtain more characters. My guess right now, the obvious answer would be just, through story and that's it. But who knows? Maybe they'll reserve some of the better characters, or maybe they don't even have to be that good. Maybe they'll reserve some of the characters for some other stuff. I don't know. Maybe you have to clear like some end game mode in order to unlock a character even. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
上册其实也有抽了我们自己的卡池嘛，然后因为我们之前是有一个不歪池的一个设计，其实抽那个池的时候就没有
Explain
那
later.
种担心
Okay. I guess we'll wait until
只要
then.
攒够资源抽就完事儿了。然后其实抽完那个，我想抽赛期下一个这个移速的时候，发现当抽到40-50时候还没有出货，其实我越往下抽就越担心，因为我担心自己会歪，因为歪这件事情就非常难受，因为我攒了那么久资源，好不容易说，我想把自己喜欢的角色再往上养一养，然后歪了，那结果真的就歪了，
对呀，
就歪了就很难受，
是啊。
其实我这边的话，我个人玩游戏，也喜欢去攒东西。
I feel like they're just saying
然后
this
攒
just
了
to
很
shit
多
on
的
the
资
other
源，
gacha
就为了
games.
抽这个角色。但是呢，我在抽之前我还要担心，就是这个东西我运气好不好？
你还要算？
对，我需要去看看我的这段运气行不行。我不行的话，我都不敢抽。
对，而且卡池这个东西吧，它是有个周期的。
对。
说这个卡池在这段时间开放，这个卡池结束之后，我就没有办法拿到这个角色。其实这点其实也是对于很多玩家来说是比较难受的一个。
对，其实像卡池周期，你错过了就错过了，你想再拥有其实很困难。
是呀，是。
对，然后其实，在我们全免费之后，其实目前我们没有这样的担忧了，大家可以放心的去玩游戏，因为不管怎么变，我们角色都在那儿。对，所以你就可以放心的、大胆的去游玩它。
我觉得还有就是
，I'm sure there's a Chinese
在这个卡池周期内，其实我们很重要的一个点是抽到这个角色，我想要去组成一个配对，我这个队伍的配置很重要，我在这个游戏里面的体验就更好。如果错过这个周期之后，那这个队伍可能就是搭不起来了，包括一些像我们上次赛期可以飞，那我没有这个角色，错过了就错过了，我就再也不能去体验这个飞行技能。
对，就更好的去让玩家跟用户能够更早的去接触这些可以玩的内容，去体验游戏本身的乐趣。
大家的游戏体验都是一样的。
对。
But I mean, at this point, if you really think about it, every single most, if not all, like video games that have some sort of like social media presence, you're always gonna find people like that.
抽卡，所以我们角色武器的星级呢，其实也设定也都。
Perhaps it's just a rite of passage.
那在这个情况下，所以我们要引入一个思绪片段的这么一个概念。那通俗来讲，这个思绪片段就是角色碎片。那调整这个系统之后呢，我们整个角色跟武器的获取方式就有2种。那第一种呢，其实就是通过密函系统，刷取对应的角色碎片，还有
Let's see, there are 2 main ways to get characters and weapons.
那第一种呢，其实就是通过密函系统，刷取对应的角色碎片，还有武器铸造的材料。那角色呢，就是碎片合成来获得。那武器就是通过刷取的这个叫武器的铸造材料来锻造获得。那第二点呢，其实就是可以在商店界面中直接购买 成
And
品
then
的
in
角
game
色碎
shop,
片这
they're
种
like,
器。
I'm assuming they're gonna do like limited time events where you can farm characters and stuff. Kind of goes against the whole like, you know, oh, every character will be free. Because how are they gonna do this, right? If they plan on putting up limited time, because they didn't say anything about that. Oh, we're not gonna do limited time events. I'm assuming they will do limited time events. So in that case, if they decide to put in like event exclusive characters, then that kind of goes against their whole thing about saying like, oh yeah, every character is supposed to be free. You can get them at any time. So it's like, okay, then what? Maybe what they could do is they could what is it? They could make the events themselves like, oh, you can technically play the events whenever you want. They could make the events permanent, and you can just like get the characters that you got from the events permanent too. I guess all the other rewards that you would have gotten by playing the event like while it was running, you just can't get those, I guess, as like a trade-off. Kind of like what Star Rail does with their whole like, you know, oh, permanent events, stuff like that. That and Zenless I think does that too. Maybe you can do that.
结合上面我们说的这个叫体力系统取消，那玩家可以免费刷取角色碎片和武器铸造材料，从而获得更
Oh, that also brings up another thing that I want to mention too. How bad are the rates gonna be for farming character shards, right? Because sure, it's great that that there's no stamina, so that means that technically you can start farming for shit as much as you fucking want, but two problems with that. One, how bad are the drop rates, right? How bad are the drop rates for those character shards? Cuz like I can't imagine them being that good. Cuz like if you can farm some shit infinitely for as long as you fucking want, and the drop rate for the shards are actually good, then like it shouldn't take you that long to farm up a whole ass character. I don't know if they would be that generous enough to do that. I mean, they're already being generous enough already where it's like, oh yeah, theoretically you can get every single character in a game by farming for their shards, and there's no stamina cost, so you can just do it however much you fucking want. That being said, though, I assume that there's gonna be no sweep function, because if you could, it makes no sense to have a sweep function for a game that has no stamina, unless they make it like a resource. I could see them doing that. Matter of fact, I think that's even what I suggested in one of my how to improve Genshin Impact videos from like a couple years back, like last year or the year before. They could do that where even in a game like this where, oh, there's not going to be any more stamina, what they could do is they could still give us like sweep tickets or something like that, so that, oh yeah, you can just use the tickets and get the resources immediately, when otherwise you would have to spend time like farming the runs individually. And so that way, you know, oh, those sweep tickets still have value because they save you time. So that's problem number one. Anyways, going back to the first problem, like how bad are the drop rates gonna be? Are they gonna be like they're gonna be okay? Or are they gonna be fucking dog shit? Or even the drop rates for the shards and itself is gonna be all right. How many shards do you need? Right? How many shards do you need to finally unlock a character? Not to mention, do characters have dupes in this game? And so that would beg the question. If so, that would also beg the question of, okay, how many shards do the dupes need? Does that mean you still have to keep farming that node where you get those character shards over and over and over and over? Like, how long is it going to take in order to like fully max out a character? Maybe they mentioned already that, you know, characters don't have dupes anymore in this game because, oh, there's no gacha, so why should there be dupes for characters? But I don't think they mentioned that, right? I don't think they said explicitly that oh, our characters don't have dupes anymore. I think there will be. Again, unless they already did mention, I just didn't see it. I guess I'll have to have chat confirm for me whether they mention characters have dupes or not. But even if they don't, right? Like how bad is the grind gonna be to obtain that first copy of the character in question to begin with? So that's question number one. Question number two is this always happens where I fucking lose my fucking train of thought. Maybe it'll come back to me eventually. But yeah. So I guess we'll just leave it at that for now until I hopefully remember it again. Yeah. First concern is how hard is it to fucking get them in the first place. So yeah, maybe let me rewind and maybe the
上面我们说的
maybe
这个
the
叫体力系统
my
取
second
消，
concern will
玩
come
家
back
可
in
以
here.
免费刷取
Girls
角色
can
碎
grind
片和
freely
武器
for
制造材
fragments
料，
and
才能获
mats,
得更
get
自己
them
更喜欢的
exactly
角
what
色
they
跟武器
want.
了。
不过上一次
Let's
测
see
试
the last test.
就是
Maybe
委
I
托
already
密函
mentioned
这
my
个系
second
统好像
concern,
在我这边
actually.
体验不是太好，就是
So I
在
guess we'll
屏
just leave
幕
it at
前的
that.
玩家可能也
How
一样。
anticlimactic.
然后大家担心的问题就是角色加入委托密函系统后是否会有同样很多读点？针对这个我们会怎么调整呢？
委托密函这个的话，因为我们做了比较大的调整，这
Major
里我就
adjustments
结
to
合
the
图片为大家
covert
再
commission, whatever
简单
the
介
hell
绍
that
一下
is.
然后因为角色加入之后，
Visuals
我们之前委托密函的设计就不再适用了后续委托密函将会分为角色、武器、魔之蝎3种角色密函的话是可以通
How
过
edgy.
副本刷取的，然后也可以通过常驻的玩法获得。当然我们也考虑到不同玩家的需求游戏内也会同时开放角色碎
Direct
片的购买
purchases.
途径。
Oh, I think this is my second concern. Yeah. Good reminder, I guess. Yeah, buying character shards. So how expensive is that going to be? Is that going to be another way for people for the game to make money? Because again, there's no gacha system, so I guess they'll try to have people buy more copies of characters, or at least one of the options to buy copies of characters with is by spending real money. So if that's the case, how expensive is that going to be? Like, I hope that it's going to be at least cheaper than, cheaper than how much you would have had to spend if the game were a gacha. But if it's comparable, then it's like, well, what the fuck was the point of even making this, like, removing the gacha from the game to begin with, right? Because like my biggest concern with my second concern with this, with the fact that there's no more gacha, is that okay? Assuming for the moment that characters do have dupes. Do they plan on selling dupes of characters for money, right? For direct cash, like you spend like $30 or something and you get a dupe of a character in exchange as a transaction. And if so, how much is each dupe gonna cost, and how many can you buy? Like I hope that it doesn't cost too much. Like I think that $20, just very, very tentatively speaking, I think that $20 would be a fair price, I guess, ? Maybe no more than 30, I think, would be a fair price for like a dupe of a character, but that's another thing that I want to really know. Yeah, but yeah, I assume that's what they plan on doing, like having character dupes available for direct money purchase. But yeah, I guess we'll see how expensive they are.
这个购买的话，你可以只买1片也可以买2片、3片，这个根据自己需求来就可以了。总体而言，我们是希望把选择权交给玩家，并且整体刷取的体验是高效的、轻松的，大家可以根据自己的时间去进行游玩。
其实说人话的话
Like either way, don't get me wrong. Even with me giving all these concerns, either way, this system is already fucking the most superior gacha system that I've seen so far. They're not wrong when they say that they want to put the decision of whether or not you want to go for dupes in the hands of the players. It's just I do have some questions on like how exactly they plan on implementing this. Because there are admittedly a couple of details that I don't think they're going to reveal, at least not right now. So, but we'll see what else they say.
是指每个碎片都是固定的掉落，不会出现一个密函出现多个角色碎片，是这样吧？
是的，就不会出现这种就是一个密函。
Even if character shards are expensive, at least we have the option to claim them for free. Well, at least the first copy of them, yeah. If you grind it, you can still get them. You can still get them better than a gacha. Yeah, but there is that concern that it's like if character shards are so hard to get to the point where like it'll take you up to a fucking year if your luck is bad in order to get enough shards to claim a character or even to get a dupe of a character, then at that point it's like, well, at that point, it kind of feels like the game is kind of like nudging you really hard to be like, hey, if you want this character now, you can just pay us. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So that's really important to get an idea of first. But yes, on paper, it's still already leagues ahead of, current gacha styles. But again, if I want to reiterate, just if the free to play method of getting a character for free just takes too long, then what was even the point? Like, maybe if it takes you like a couple of months, sure, maybe that's still a long time though. But a couple of months is like, okay. I think a lot of people would still be like, okay, well, you know, free characters, so I guess that's fine. But if it takes like a year, then like most people can be like, yeah, fuck that shit, you know. So again, we'll see how they decide to handle that.
里面开出其他碎片的一个情况，就我们面函是一个1对1的设计。比如说我要刷取丽贝卡，那我就可以先从副本里面刷取丽贝卡的密函，然后将它打开，打开后你只会掉落丽贝卡的角色碎片，并且在密函获取之后，这个密函是永。
Is this how I think they're gonna do it? So this guy says, for example, if he wants Rebecca's shit, he has to first farm her specific secret letters in a dungeon. Let's see, what does he say again? What did he say after? And then he has to use them to challenge a specific covert commission that will only drop regret. This is basically farming to farm. Okay, I'm concerned. Now my concerns are starting to become a bit more genuine. This sounds like this game is asking you to farm shit to farm shit. For those of you who don't understand what this means, because you've never dealt with a system like this before, basically what this sounds like to me is that this game, in exchange for letting you farm characters for free, it sounds like they're making this a very fucking tedious process where you have to first farm like a node or like a stage to get an item that lets you farm another stage to get the shit that you want. I've seen this before in mainly FGO, I think, because there was a really old event back when I was playing. Well, I'm still playing FGO, but back in like the first year of FGO, there was an event called Go West. For you FGO players, the OG ones, you'll know which event I'm talking about. There was an event called Go West in like the first year of FGO where it basically did the exact same thing, where you had to farm like one or like a couple of nodes that dropped the currency, and then you have to use that currency to farm another node. It's literally like Warframe. I mean, I get that. We kind of already established that before, but just because it's based off of Warframe doesn't mean it should be an excuse for them to do it. Fucking do it again. The only way I'll be able to excuse this is if like the entire process doesn't actually take that much time. If getting the fragments for a character like is actually not that bad, like if the drop rate for getting a character's fragments like is actually pretty high, so all in all, like, yeah, sure, maybe you have to farm shit to farm other shit, but maybe overall, like, oh, maybe it only takes you like a week of grind to get like a character. If it only takes like a week or maybe like 2 or 3 weeks at max, okay, sure, I can see that. I guess it's not that big of a deal. But until we know how long it's going to take for us to farm a character fully, I am worried about this. I am genuinely worried. This is the first big red flag that I'm seeing. Well, lost the encore. Oof, sorry to hear that. Who was it? Finkel also had some bad luck earlier. In Warframe, you can unlock, I assume you mean a character, possibly in just a few hours or a few days. Okay, if it's just a few hours or a few days, that's perfectly fine then. Sounds reasonable. Hopefully DNA is also like that too, where you just farm some shit you just do this shit for like a couple of hours and bam, there you go. Or like maybe a couple of days, maybe an hour a day, and after a few days, oh, there you go, here's your new character. If that's the case, if it doesn't take more than like fucking 2 weeks, alright, sure, I'm down for it. It's just that I can see this process, or I can see this farming process potentially being really fucking annoying. And until I see how much time it takes to get a new character on average, I'm not going to forget about this, or I should say I'm going to keep this in the back of my head. Hopefully it's not that bad. Hopefully I'm just, worried about nothing, but I've seen how this works before, and a lot of people do not. I know that a lot of people potentially will not like it at all, depending on how they handle this, but we'll see. But yeah, first potential red flag.
开后你只会掉落丽贝卡的角色碎片，并且在密函获取之后，这个密函是永久有效的，并不会说放在背包里一
At
段
least
时间
these
之后，
secret letter
这个密
items
函
don't
就失效
expire,
了。
so that's nice, I guess.
那我还有一个问题，就是角色碎片刚才听下来就是一个一个的买，意思是如果说我刷碎片刷了一半，那剩下
I've played too many old school gachas to be terrified of grind. I mean, yeah, I myself am no stranger to grind. If a gacha game is asking me to grind some shit, if I want to put in the time, I definitely will. My concern is for everyone else, right? Because most gacha players these days, or maybe not most, but quite a few of them out there these days, they don't know what it feels like to grind a gacha game that actually has grind. You know, people bitch about Genshin Impact having too much grind, and I just kind of sit here laughing at them because they think they know what grind is. It's like, you know, you give FGO to or Grand Blue Fantasy, for God's sake, by, you know, God forbid, to somebody who's only ever played, you know, Genshin or fucking WoA, and, you know, watch them start crying tears of blood within like the first couple of minutes, when they realize just how god-awful farming was, or still is, in, like, the older gachas. Absolutely right to be concerned. Yeah, I'm not concerned about myself. I can handle some grind. Like I said, I'm down for some grind, but I'm concerned about everyone else. Or, you know, all the other people who don't know, who've never played gachas before 2020. So.
一半我可以半价购买吗？
对对对，这个理解没有问题。就是我们在界面里面，在合成的时候可以看到右下角，其实会有显示当前你这个角色已经获得碎片的进度，以及说如果你要把它合成出来之后，你还需要花费的钱。当你刷取的碎片越来越多的时候，其实你需要花的钱会越来越少啊，到最后就是可以免费获得。
What do you say about the
那剩下一半
character
已经获得碎片的进度？以及说，如果你要把它合成出来之后，你还需要花费的钱。当你刷取的碎片越来越多的时候，其实你需要花的钱会越来越少啊，到最后就是可以免费获得。
They're just saying that you can buy individual tokens. If you want to spend money for it, you don't feel like farming more shards for it, for the character, like manually. Oh, okay, that's fair. Sure, why not?
哦。哎，那这样，如果我想要获得所有的角色，岂不是很累？
这你放心，那我们游戏呢，其实是有 AI 队友协助可以使用的。那我们其实初衷也是希望大家可以玩起来更轻松的，在刷取的过程当中 ，AI 会帮你承担不少的工作。其实你就可以做到一边玩一边听小说、看电视剧、听音乐都可以。所以我们希望的是说，这套模式呢是希望大家玩起来更轻松、更没有压力的。那总之，其实未来我们的角色和武器就是纯免费模式了。
Well, either way, the AI teammates helping you out to help you farm faster is nice.
那光靠今天的直播讲解，其实可能理解起来会有点复杂，因为信息量比较大。
是。
所以呢，我们后面小段这边可能会有更多的准备的一些图文栏目，方便大家更高效的去理解我们这个改动。
是，本次这个密函。
Maybe that's one of the reasons why they removed the gacha to distance themselves from the gacha. No, that can't be it, or that can't be why. My assumption right now is that DNA is now a gacha without the gacha. But because it was originally developed as a gacha game, a lot of the infrastructure and a lot of what the game wants to focus on will be very gacha-like, right? There will still be a ton of emphasis on the characters themselves, and a lot of the other like elements of the game should still be very reminiscent of gacha games. Like, sure, you can remove the gacha. Maybe that's kind of, you know, that's pretty simple to figure out. You know, I wouldn't doubt it, but you can't just get rid of a game's like overall vibe in like a matter of months. That's just not gonna happen, right? If they wanted to scrub this game of all the gacha vibe and feel, it would have taken them a lot longer, or at least I would think so. I mean, WoA devs claimed that they had to rework like 90% of the story, and look how that turned out. So, saying that like if the Pan Studio devs here were to sit here in the stream and tell me to my face that, oh yeah, they spent months figuring out how to get rid of the gacha, or like turning their game into not a gacha, I would just laugh in their face, or their faces plural, because there's 3 of them right now. But no, I would disagree. I don't think I actually talked about this briefly, but yesterday too. But no, I don't think that's the reason why. What'd you miss about? Hey, Lightrex, what'd you miss about DNA? Quite a bit actually. Just to summarize real quick, let me take a look at my notes because I haven't written all here. Basically, they're getting rid of the gacha, so DNA is technically a gacha game without the gacha. You can farm every character in the game, apparently, and their weapons too. All the weapons in the game, you can farm all of them technically. There's no more gacha, though. There is the option to just pay for character copies directly if you don't want if you don't feel like farming them. So there is still an incentive to spend money. But the important thing is that all the characters and gear in the game should be free, I think. No stamina system, or if you want to look at it this way, unlimited stamina, whichever sounds better to you. And because the game no longer has a gacha system, your account progression, technically, according to the game, or as far as the game's concerned, now focuses on how big your collection is, like your collection of like items, both characters and weapons, I guess. And I'm assuming it'll also count your story progression and maybe your exploration progression too, in case DNA is an open world game. Actually, do we know if DNA is open world? I forget. But yeah, those are the most important ones so far.
改动确实是比较复杂。
Oh, it's quasi. It's kind of like Star MS. Oh, okay, okay.
所以我们这边也会准备更为详细的密函的规则，然后帮助大家在上线前更好的了解这个系统。
不过小段
The game not being open world means that it's going to be a lot more manageable for them to allocate their budget for future content updates. So honestly, smart choice.
是啊，就是我还有个问题，刚才我们所聊的那段，就是关于 UP 卡池这个，我们后续会怎么调整？
因为我们现在所有角色都是免费了，所以其实在我们游戏里面就没有这个 UP 的这个概念了。所有角色在时装之后就可以一直通过密函获取，它不存在说进入密函之后过一段时间又从密函消失这样的一个情况。然后这些。因为刚才前面也说了，我们密函开取其实都是免费的，所以你的角色也相当于也是免费获得，并且可以一直养成到满速的一个状态。
那我们会对过去的角色和武器在数值上进行调整吗？就是如果要调整的话，咱们后续还会有测试吗？
这个肯定是要调整的，因为我们把这个角色和武器的星级这个概念已经去掉了。
Story, I assume that they mean like
角色和
a
武器
dupe
的数值
system.
方面都要做一些调整。然后关于测试的话，因为前面有提到又有体力改动，然后又有卡池的改动，其实这个改动是一个非常大的改动，所以我们运营这边还是会考虑后面做一个。
It's a smart thing not to do open world, already saturated market in the gacha space. Really? How many open world gacha games are there though? The only two I know of are Genshin and Wuwa, right? Unless there's another one that I'm not aware of. Unless you're also including the ones that haven't come out, in which case, yeah, sure. And technically DNA is not out yet, so yeah, I guess you would have to also take into account all the open world gachas that are still like in development and coming out and stuff. So, yeah, good point. But in my opinion, I honestly think that's a better decision. It's a good decision for DNA to not be open, like not be true open world, from a more economic standpoint. It's not even about like, oh, there's too many open world gacha games out right now, so you know they're trying not to compete with them directly. No, I think that if they had the money to, or if they decided to like keep the gacha system in DNA, then yeah. They wouldn't really care about having to compete with other open world gacha games. It's not, in my opinion, it's not really so much a problem with the market being saturated with open world gacha games. Like, people always say that, oh, the gacha market is being so saturated. But here's the thing, I explained this before. Here's the thing about gacha games. Gacha games are fucking casual. casual players will always jump from one gacha game to another, right? Sure, you'll have you'll always have like a percentage of a certain percentage of hardcore players who really like a certain gacha game, so they'll never leave it unless something drastic happens. Like, you know, Infinity Nikki fucking pissing off most of their players with what the bullshit they pulled earlier this year. But assuming that something like that doesn't happen, the nature of gacha games being casual and wanting casual players to always come back to play their game means that, sure, you can have a lot of gacha games in the market now, but saturation is not really as big of a concern because, you know, you can play one gacha game, you know, you can do all the content in one, and then jump over to another one, right? Because they're casual, gacha games are super easy to pick up and drop whenever you want, even if technically they're designed for people to, like, play every day and, like, be committed to them, right? A lot of people don't play gacha games that way, because they don't want to feel like they're, like, locked down to, like, a schedule of having to grind out gacha games every day, because they don't really enjoy that. And, you know, to their credit, you know, it can get kind of boring and kind of tedious after a while. So I don't think it's necessarily because the devs are trying to not compete. No, I think it's more because they're trying to be practical. Because again, if they don't have gacha to make a ton of money off of, right? And because if a gacha like this just doesn't sell gacha characters anymore, that's a huge cut to their profit. Like, no matter how you slice it. Right? Unless they just start to sell a buttload of fucking cosmetics like skins and weapon skins and all that bullshit to the point where they're making fucking bank, right? If DNA manages to pull off a Genshin style fucking, you know, surge in popularity when it first comes out, like, besides like something like super unexpected happening, how I think this should go is that DNA is just not going to make as much money, because they are no longer a gacha, which means that the devs have to think very carefully about how do we keep the game afloat if we are no longer going to if we are going to get rid of the gacha system entirely. So that's why I'm saying that the DNA devs deciding to or DNA never having been, because actually, let me back up a bit. Answer this for me, chat, because I've never played any of the DNA betas before. So I've never played the game just at all. Answer me this one real quick. Has DNA ever been open world? Like, do we know if the devs said themselves at some point through, like, dev interviews or something, or, like, you know, promotional videos like this, like, that they've considered or they've tried making DNA an open world game at any point? Or has it always been, like, the semi or pseudo open world thing? Or hell, maybe it wasn't even an open world game at all, and it was more like a regular game? I don't know. Because if it was never open world, if the devs have come out and confirmed that, yeah, we never really intended DNA to be like a true open world game, what that tells me is that they had always kind of thought about not making the game like a gacha. They only put in the gacha as part of the game to, like, test stuff out. But they kind of always had the idea of, like, hey, maybe we'll keep this as like a thing that we can do, but we're not sure if we want to go ahead with it yet, right? I hesitate to call it a contingency plan or like a break glass in case of emergency plan, but if the game was never open world to begin with, and it was always semi-open world, I get the feeling that they kind of always had the thought of, like, hey, maybe what if we didn't make this game a gacha anymore, or like maybe what if we, like, just got rid of the gacha system, right? They kind of always had it as like a thing that they could do. So that's the kind of vibe that I get, assuming, of course, that DNA was never open world at any point. So, but that's just me. Either way, though, I think it's more to do with the devs just trying to be economical, if that's a word. Yeah, I think that's a word. They're trying to be economical about how they can help support the game and make sure they don't fucking, you know, run out of cash like within a couple of months, because, you know, they can't make money from gacha anymore. So, Yeah, I don't think it has as much to do with them competing, but sure, there's probably a bit of that in there too. I just think it's due to them just trying to save money.
然后关于测试的话，因为前面有提到又有体力改动，然后又有卡池的改动，其实这个改动是一个非常大的改动，所以我们运营这边还是会考虑。其实测试的话，因为前面有提到又有体力改动，然后又有卡池的改动，其实这个改动是一个非常大的改动，所以我们运营这边还是会考虑后面做一个这个测试服的概念，后面会通过官方社媒发布一些招募的信息然后招募一些玩家来提前体验到我们的这个改动后的版本，然后并且给到我们一些修改意见，帮助我们在公测前再去对产品进行一些打磨。
主要是咱们这次这么大的改动，然后包括玩家和我们在内，其实都有很多就是会有不清楚的地方。其中就是
Don't fully understand yet. That's kind of a bad thing. What the fuck did you just say?
主要是咱们这次这么大的改动，然后包括玩家和我们在内，其实都有很多就是会有不清楚的。
That's kind of. Excuse me. You should know. You're developers, for God's sake. Like, I know that most gacha games have like really weird launch years. Like, a lot of the time for a lot of gacha games out there, the first year of their life cycles are like can not usually, but can be really fucking weird. Like FGO and Genshin come to mind. Like, I get that, but like, come on, man. You can't just say you don't even know what the fuck you're even doing with your own game. Excuse me. Like, I know they're just trying to be humble and stuff, but like, bruh, if that's the case, then maybe you should delay the game a bit so you have a better idea of how your fucking game works.
地方，
I don't know.
其中就是肯定会有一个比较尖锐的问题。咱们后续这个靠什么赚钱呢？然后产品后续的商业化要怎么调整
？Monetization, yeah, this is
是这样的，商业化方面。
Give me a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about
其实
that.
我们会将整体的重点都调整到外观售卖上。是这样的，商业化方面呢，其实我们会将整体的重点都
Shifting
调整到
completely to cosmetics. Yeah, I mean that's kind of to be expected because if you no longer have a gacha to make money off of, then yeah, you have to start selling skins. The question is how much and how many, and will these skins be limited? Because sure, it's nice that the characters are all permanent, sure, but will the skins be limited? How are they gonna do that? Let's find out.
角色皮肤、武器皮肤，还有角色饰品等外观呢，都是我们产品后续的主要付费内容了。那相较于过去版本，其实我们还会增加更多更新的外观内容。那这边就简单展示一下我们目前正在做的一些外观。那我们先来看服输的泳装皮肤。
Swimsuit outfit, huh? Oh, they're just bringing out the big guns right away. I respect it. Ah, yes, I respect it. Pull out the Gunner card, right away. Make there be no doubt.
是后面版本，而且这个皮肤我感觉和它原皮相差很大呀。
是，其实我们在设计这个服输泳装的时候，是希望做一些反差的。然后并且呢，这个新的泳装皮肤在原本的基础上，我们还增加了更多的特效表现，让它变得更精致、更华丽的。
我记得好像之前还有一个沙滩的需求，也是和服输相关的，好像没有放出来啊。
接下来这个服输的相关的场景。
Oh, they're just doing the ether gazer thing. Either the ether. Does Snowbreak have like themed backgrounds or themed main menu screens? I forget if Snowbreak has that, but ether gazer definitely does. So they're basically doing the whole ether gazer thing.
那就是它这个沙滩的小布景。我们在场景当中是可以招出这样的一个小布景的，配合服输的泳装，
Snowbreak does, okay.
能看出来它这个画面是非常的清新亮丽的。
这个其实因为我只看过原画，然后我看上面很多小的这个视频，那这个小智这边是不是有非常多的细节？
对，你能看图里面，其实资产量虽然它比较小，资产量还是比较多的。包括像很多的材质，有一些海浪、沙子。包括天空中也有一个假的太阳，这样去营造了一个炎炎夏日这种夏日氛围能够更多就是更好的去衬托出来我们泳装的这样的一个气氛。
你可以想象服输到时候站在那个小椅子上，喝个小鸡尾酒，那很爽。
那我们刚才其实看了腐书的皮肤，然后也看了战略道具啊。
If
那
they
我
should
们
copy
其他的
anything,
角
this
色
is what
怎么
they should
办
copy.
未来不会只有这一套皮肤在做吧？
有，我们其实除了腐书皮肤之外，其实每个版本呢，其实我们还有不同的主题系列的皮肤。那例如会有圣诞皮肤系列的主题。
Lead us to the promised land.
怎么样的呢？能不能看一下？
我们也给你们展示一下我们目前在做的一系
Christmas
列的圣诞。
This is very important. This might just be what I'm about to talk about right now might sound like I'm just gooning over, gooner ass skins, but this is actually super important. This Christmas skin. So if you play any of the big four gachas, right? I'm talking about Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, and Wuwa. I guess with the exception of Zenless, technically Zenless and Genshin. Yeah, because those two games actually now have summer skins. Genshin always had summer skins, technically. Zenless now have their own summer skins too. But Genshin didn't, outside of the summer events, Genshin didn't have seasonal skins. Or like even seasonal events to begin with. Neither does Zenless. I mean, Zenless has a summer event, sure, but everybody loves summer because that's the perfect excuse to put anime girls in fucking skimpy ass bikinis and shit. We all know what the deal is, right? But all the big four gacha games right now don't do true seasonal skins. We don't have like Christmas skins. We don't have, I don't know what else is seasonal. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe it's just Christmas. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like another like seasonal thing that like everyone, like most people around the world, at least like the developed world, people in the developed countries would celebrate or like know about. I guess it's really just summer and Christmas, I guess. But either way, this is important because none of the other big four gachas do Christmas skins like this, which means the fact that DNA is doing Christmas skins, that tells me that very likely DNA will have seasonal events, right? They'll have summer events, they'll have Christmas events, or at least holiday themed events. Obviously, them being a Chinese gacha, they'll have some version of a Chinese New Year in their game too in like February, because that's when Chinese New Year starts, or that's when it happens, because lunar calendar and all that. And I'm sure they could throw in other seasonal events too, and that'll give them an excuse to put in appropriate seasonal skins. So yes, obviously, this is just a thinly veiled excuse for me to be like, oh yeah, let's get even more gooner seasonal skins. But it's still important because traditionally in, other gacha games and like the old school gacha games definitely celebrated. I don't know if celebrated is the right word to use here, but they also did their own fair share of seasonal events too. Summer events, New Year's events, Christmas events, and so on and so forth. So to see that DNA is doing their own seasonal events too, and for that matter, putting in their own seasonal skins in the game. Take a shot every time I say the word seasonal is, to me anyway, a really good thing, because it's kind of taking it back to like how old school gachas used to be, or how they not even used to be, how they still do things. And I thought it was always kind of a shame that as many good things that the big gachas have done over the years, seasonal things like Christmas stuff were kind of like sacrificed as a result, or they didn't really do like Christmas stuff at all. And I thought that was always kind of a shame, to be honest. So I like seeing this, right? Not just for the fact that we get to see girls in fucking skimpy ass Christmas outfits, but just having Christmas events just in general is a good time, right? It's a good vibe. It's nice to be able to celebrate the holidays inside a game that you really like too. And even if that sounds lame, it's like, oh, you're just gacha brained. I mean, it's not just me. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh, cool, we get to celebrate Christmas inside a video game too. Just adds to the festive cheer or whatever the season happens to be. So basically, cool. Good that they're doing this.
哦，原来是圣诞主题。那我们之后是不是还有其他节日或者其他的主题呢
？Yeah, Halloween, Valentine's.
那我们未来呢，除了新皮肤之外，我们还会有一些
very good examples.
针对至明日测试之后，我们对3套已经有的皮肤进行优化。
It's not P. Who does that remind me of actually?
那丰富了皮肤的细节、皮肤的这个特效，还有武器皮肤的特效。
Was there even a
此外呢，
change?
我
I
们
think
还
that
对
Fairy
所有
Girl's
的
got
角色
bigger
模型呢以
wings.
及美术效果都进行了迭代。
Oh, they
这是角
improved
色部
their
分
their
那
base
接下来场
models.
景部分，小智你给大家介绍一下。
好，那我来展示一下最近场景的迭代进度。就比如说我们的冰湖城，主要是有4方面的迭代。第一方面是材质的纹理，主要进行的是纹
Are
理
we
的精
celebrating
度提
Christmas
升，
together
还有就是
here?
材
I'm
质
not
的
sure. I would
细节
like
迭
to,
代。
but
第二
I
方
don't
面
know right
是
now.
光影，主要是迭代成了更加真实的光照。然后第3呢是添加了更多的店铺，还有对应的这个店铺的人文痕迹，主要是为了强化城内的人文的氛围。然后第4是从城市的街道，然后到单个建筑，再到这个建筑的周边的群落装饰。 然后从每个层次的细节颗粒度上都做了进一步的丰富，然后主要是为了增加这个场景细节的层次。
以上这么大的一些改动呢，还有品质提升。说实话，其实我们项目
Oh, actually, let me also add here, cosmetics. Will they be permanent or limited?
大家都非常的努力和辛苦。
Is there a character design aesthetic that I'm pulling in for DNA? I honestly, I don't know. I haven't really seen a character that's really grabbed my attention
就是因为
yet.
有这些，所以才是我们这种改动的动力。
是，这个我们非常感谢每一位这个提供反馈意见的玩家。
Fairy
那么
girls
在介绍
yellow
完
by
体力
default.
系统以及
Skin was
商业
blue.
化的这
Oh,
个调整
okay.
之后，针对知名测试，我们其实发了一个总结回顾嘛。然后今天是不是也可以向大家这个汇报一下那些更细节的一些优化进度？
首先有一点就是，
Would I mind skin gacha in DNA? Depends on how high the quality, how good the quality of the skin itself is, and depends on whether or not the devs stuck in charge $100 or $200 for it. It depends. Technically speaking, because you can get all the important shit in this game for free, it sounds like. Technically, they could put in a $300 skin, and I technically wouldn't really care. But you know, a $300 skin doesn't really sound very good, so.
大家也比较关心的，就是
like just because a game is completely free, right, doesn't mean it can't still be predatory, you know. Yeah, ideally no gacha skin at all, but we'll see what they decide to do. Hopefully not. Hopefully Pan Studio doesn't start getting any weird ideas from Mika Team of all people, of all teams, but I guess we shall see. Time will tell.
我们的主角夜航篇的玩家在公测版本会正式进入可以自己的角色，加入我们的整备系统。
那就是和其他角色一样，就是我可以自己操纵自己，然后在这个进行战斗啊，可以行动这些。
对，
那挺好。那其他还有什么吗？
还有也是大家比较关心的副本玩法优化。就如之前公告我们说的，我们其实移除了所有副本的时间锁。
太好了，太好了！
我们仅保留了刷怪的数量还有目标，只要你刷的越快，你的时间就越短。
太好了，3分钟的限时我们再也不用了。
那除此之外，其实我们还有增加了一个叫 AI 自动召唤的功能。那其实我们上一次游戏里面有很多玩家并不知道我们有这么个 AI 召唤功能在副本当中，所以我们这次呢给大家加了一个自动召唤的一个功能。这个功能基本上是默认会开启的，所以呢有这个功能，它就可以帮助玩家更好的去副本游玩，更轻松一些。
Though I do wonder if there's a way to
其实
turn
副
it
本的
off
坐牢
too.
点，我感觉还不止这一
Hopefully there
点，
is,
就是上一次测试，
not the end
包
of the
括
world,
之
they
前，我在 PC 上去玩的，然后主要是我的在螺旋飞跃的时候，在键盘上我手指头特别的累要按，不停的按。
The last part was saying that the main character avatar will be playable before playable now. They weren't before? Really? What? Excuse me? The main character avatar wasn't playable? What the hell does that mean? Like it was as if, like, for example, if that shit were in a Genshin, I guess, like technically you could see, like, the story would include Traveler, either Ether or Lumen, but you couldn't physically play them. That's weird. Why the hell did they decide to do that?
啊，这个
unless I'm just not understanding something, but
耐久度一直在下降。然后呢，所以说我们这次在基础移动上有没有做相应的调整？
有，这次针对基础移动，其实我们做了2个调整。
movement upgrades
第一个
always
是我们
nice.
增加了一键螺旋飞跃的功能，然后在 PC 上大家可以自定义的修改这个按钮。这样的话，无论是PC 的玩家还是手柄端玩家，都可以比较轻松的实现这个螺旋飞跃。另外一个是我们增加了
It's like it's like an FGO where the master isn't playable like a servant, I guess, but in FGO, like technically, even if they weren't on the field like a servant, you can technically influence the outcome of a battle with like command spells and stuff. So it sort of counts, not really. I don't know. I guess that would be up to personal interpretation. But are you saying that DNA kind of has something like that too, where like technically you couldn't play as the MC, but like the MC still had some sort of influence on a fight or something, or on gameplay rather? Maybe you mean that. Either way, though, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I'm not even, I like, it would be really weird for, like, Genshin players, or like, New Age, just a general New Age gacha player. Even to me, I'm just like, what? That's kind of odd. Why did they decide to do that? But yeah, like having the MC actually fucking playable is far superior. Yeah, like not unless they were trying to like do like make it like story, like integrate it with the story, where it's like, oh, like after some time in the story, they like eventually the main character becomes playable, but that doesn't sound like they were doing anything like that, or maybe they thought of doing something like that, but they decided to change their minds. Like, let's just make the MC playable or something right from the get go. I don't know, kind of odd.
疾跑功能。我还是以 PC 端举例啊，我们只要按住 Shift 键就可以进入疾跑模式，然后只要长按大概2秒左右就会一直保持这个疾跑状态，也不需要说一直摁着，其实也会比较累。那么角色进入疾跑状态之后呢，就比较大的缩短了我们这个跑图的时间。除此之外，我们也在冰湖城还有金叶岛各个地方都增加了一些钩索点。靠近之后
，Hey Chat, guess where they took this from?
键盘上的 F 键就可以直接进行快速的位移，真正的做到一键上房顶。
But if you
不得不说这个改动确实好。
YouTube don't demonetize me, please.
其实除了移动坐牢之外，一些指引的功能优化我们也同步加上了。那比如说委托密函，除了前面已经提到的大改动，其实还有2个小优化。就是以前呢，分别就是以前我们的密函其实是全数字，看不清楚是什么，你要点开看，好麻烦。
是我之前比如说刷赛奇那个密函的时候，我都还得背那个。
It wasn't the popular choice to have MC not playable, so they listened to the fan. Yeah. Like, I know that other content creators have complained about, oh, the Hoyo crowd, or the Genshin crowd, or the mainstream gacha crowd always bitching about stuff so that they can make it more similar to Genshin. And, you know, they have a point sometimes. But in this case, yeah, like having an MC like design or a character and not making them playable is kind of strange. Yeah, unless there was like a very good story reason as to like why they couldn't be playable, but like that's not what the Chinese players want. So, yeah, I don't know how well that would have panned out for them if they decided to stick with their guns on that one. So.
数字它是比如说 S 好像是 S016 对吧？对，然后我打开那个背包，发现我从其他副本掉落那些密函都是数字非常大，然后我比如说我要去刷一把武器的时候，我只能一个一个去找。
对，你并不知道自己刷的是什么。所以我们的优化其中一个就是说我们会把对应的图标放在上面，所以你很清楚的自己要刷什么。
那找起来就快多了。
对，然后并且呢，能增加一个点击之后更快速的指引到你要刷的地方去。这是第一个。第二个呢，就是我们铸造系统的优化。其实之前也是有很多玩家反馈，就是我们非要回据点才能铸造。
抓之前
比如说刷
crafting weapons, right?
密函
更增加一个点。
这个我感觉算是史诗级优化了。
还有一些同时我们那个铸造也加了一个材料图鉴。让你更清楚的
I don't have any perspective on this because I never played any of the DNA betas, unfortunately.
之前就是造武器
I'm assuming these are
在没有获得图纸之前，我们是不知道造这个武器后面，比如说需要很多的铜币啊，需要很多其他的铸造素材。 然后等真的拿到这张图纸再开始去刷的时候，又浪费了比较多的时间，然后又要从头开始去刷。其实现在能够很早的看到我们需要什么的话，其实对于玩家来说，刷这个造武器的效率大大的提升。
其实针对上册中的那些坐牢体验，基本上我们的目的就比较简单，就是想要玩家更简单、更轻松去玩我们的游戏，不要有太大的负担。那也是我们上次确实指引没有做好。所以呢，我们其实除了这些之外，其实还有做了非常多的大大小小的一些改动，目的就是让玩家更简单、更轻松的。这里就不一一举例了。那我们接下来聊我们后续的一些体验的优化内容。那首先其实就是我们主线剧情当中呢，表现也是大家也反馈，我们其实有很多的站桩啊、过场都不是很好。
是有些镜头很迷惑，就是
对
一个镜头过去，发现背后有一个特别大的灯，然后也看不清楚，这种情况挺多的。
是，所以我们其实也继续的按照我们这个努力去把我们的站桩、过场、演出表现都做得更好。然后这里面其实我们也新增了更多的一些表现，比如说我们有新的站桩的镜头、新的对话的表情、新的口型，以及整体剧情的表现力，我们都做了一些提升的。
对，然后其他还有其实，我们很多玩家其实比较喜欢和朋友一起玩嘛。然后其实上册中其实很多大家想一起和朋友一起刷模这些，其实没有这个功能。然后在后续版本中我们会把所有的副本都开放联机功能包括模这些副本，大家都可以叫上好朋友一起刷然后未来呢，我们也会开发更多新的联机玩法，然后来丰富大家这个联机体验。大家喜欢一个人玩的这个单人游戏的玩家也不用担心所有的联机内容都是非强制的。包括我们冰湖城的这个多人广场，在公测版本中也会增加这个控制按钮玩家可以自己选择是否要开启。
所以说之前那个沙滩动作就是放在这里用。
对。
还有一个我想起来了，有一个非常重点的东西。我们上一次测试呢，其实移动端表现惨不忍睹我得换一个表情包。
问号问号。
对，这里呢，其实确实我们上次那个确实没有做好。
Do you think this game will be big or niche?
对不起。
Depends on how hard they go on their marketing and their advertising.
所以那就我来给大家就展示一下我们这个移动端的优化进度因为我们之前有提过说
，I can see it having the potential of being big, but
阶段性的成果的时候是需要给大家看一下的。好，那大家就看一下屏幕中的这个优化后的视频效果。我们主要针对不同的机型做了适配优化。从画面表现、
them
帧率、
optimizing the
流畅
mobile
度
version
等各个方面
is a good start.
比上一次都有比较明显的提升。当然，这个不是我们最终的版本，我们到公测前还会继续做提升。
Pan Studio
当然，公测后也会根据大家的这个实际反馈然后对这个移动端去进行适配。希望公测版本能够以更好的一个表现与大家见面。
那以上展示内容呢，就是目前的一些优化进展了。当然还有各种的细节调整，那就有待各位玩家公测的时候进行体验啦。
大雄老师，其实我们前面聊了那么多，都是提到了公测。那我们现在公测的时间是不是已经确定了？
没错，我们已经定好了。二重螺旋将会在2025年10月28号全球多平台公测上线。那我再总结一下。全角色、全武器免费，体力限制取消，商业化模式改动，还有我们的目标只有一个，希望给大家带来更多的游戏体验，以及更简单、更轻松的游玩乐趣。那其实都聊了这么久了，然后现在我其实也想说一些比较掏心窝子的话，为什么我们要调整这些东西？其实说白了就是用户的10月28号全球多平台公测上线。那我再总结一下，全角色、全武器免费，体力限制取消，商业化模式改动。还有我们的目标只有一个，希望给大家。
Depends on the monetization. Yeah, something I think I said that earlier, right? Or I said that myself earlier, right? Part of why Warframe is big is because of their unique way to make money. True, and considering the game is really based off of Warframe, maybe I don't know. Maybe the trick is to basically do what Warframe's doing. I guess we'll see.
大家带来更多的游戏体验。
Though I should say that DNA should still try to do its own thing and not just copy everything from Warframe, but I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see how it works out.
以及更简单、更轻松的游玩乐趣。那其实都聊了这么久了，然后现在我其实也想说一些比较掏心窝子的话。为什么我们要调整这些？
Yeah, why are you making?
说白了就是用户的付费习惯。
Give me the PR talk.
取决于他对你的产品认不认可，以及对你的产品他认为价值判定是在什么时候。 所以我们不会去做太多现在按照之前 pay to win 啊或者之类的强制消费的东西。
For some reason, Deca Bear saying "pay to win" in English really caught me off guard. Do the Chinese even call it "pay to win" too? I thought they would have their own like phrase for that kind of thing. Usually, the Chinese don't really use like loan words or anything. Maybe they do, but I don't know. The Chinese usually like calling like foreign words in their own way too. Like for example, like Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese NBA fans, and they have their whole slew of like nicknames they have for a lot of NBA players. So hearing Deca Bear just straight up say "pay to win" is like, don't they have a phrase for that? Or maybe just saying "pay to win" is just easier. I don't know.
更多的其实是希望本质上来讲，用户先来玩，
is
你
all.
值得认可我们产品了，你在支持我们的产品。所以我们只有一个目的，就是你只要能来玩，我们就非常开心了。
我们就还是希望就是玩家能来体验一下，然后感受一下我们的游戏。如果觉得不好，那么也请你就是告诉我们哪里觉得体验不好，
对，
我们后续继续改进。
对，我们也会一直持续的收听到大家的建议跟反馈，我们继续努力去调整。
Was that Deca from YouTube chat? That's why he's been missing? Nah, can't be. Can't be. Deca Bear here actually seems like an intelligent and decent guy, unlike the other Deca. Kek. Biggest key to copy from Warframe is to always listen to your player base and make adjustments quickly. I mean, that's kind of what it seems like. They seem to understand it themselves right here, so let's pray that they do.
让我们的产品变得更好，大家更认可，更加判定好我们的价值是符合他的需求的。对，所以我们还是本质上就是希望我们是一个没有压力、更轻松的这么一个游戏，让大家没有付费压力去畅想，我们去享受游玩我们这个过程的这么一个游戏。所以
really odd that basketball is super popular in China. Yao Ming, I would assume, had a big part in it. Back when Yao Ming was playing, what, back in the 2000s or something? Yeah. He was a big reason why. That, and I think it also has something to do with the fact that building basketball courts is really easy compared to like building like soccer field or football fields or other like courts for other sports, I guess. Whereas with basketball, it's a lot easier, I guess. I don't know. But I would imagine Yao Ming was a big driving force behind basketball's rise in popularity in mainland, but just guessing.
之后你认可了，你再支持，我觉得都是可以的。
是的，是的。刚才我们其实聊了很多游戏内的东西，那我们现在就由我这边讲一下一些游戏外的我们准备的内容。第一个是我们的 H5 活动，攀登螺旋飞跃正式上线了。大家这个时候可以扫一下我们屏幕上的二维码，参与我们的活动，点点手指，一键飞跃。参与就可以获得游戏奖励，然后在后续的公测预热阶段呢，我们运营也准备了非常多的角色档案玩法，然后包括系统攻略等等这些互动栏目，包括我们前面有提到的测试服的招募，这个是大家可以多多关注我们的官方社媒，多与我们互动。
同时呢，我们美术同学也会持续去做好美术的细节优化，以更进一步的画面表现，与大家见面。
那距离公测还有一段时间，那我们会继续在正式上线之前，继续优化和打磨我们在进行中的内容，以争取以最高的完成度，以最好的效果面对大家。期待10月28号跟大家正式见面。
10月28号见，
拜拜，
拜拜。
Okay. No idea what the rest of the stream is.
What's the meaning of wielding this sword?
More cutscenes.
Long ago,
not the MC.
Someone told me that swords are meant for conquering. But
Jeremy? No, I don't think so. Isn't Jeremy Lin Taiwanese? I don't know. Maybe he's not. But Yao Ming was a much bigger cultural phenomenon in China for basketball than Jeremy Lin was. go as a starter girl. Strong starter. Everyone likes an edgy goth wife.
This is not the answer I want. The meaning of wielding this sword. I have found my own answer. Together, we shall face the future. That's why I'm wielding this sword.
Think she was an SSR, but she was like the launch banner girl. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay, is that the end? Yeah, okay, it is. I'm assuming that that's basically it. Okay, how long have I been reacting to this already? Like an hour and a half or something? Okay, so, let us go over, hopefully I can do this within 30 minutes, but let's go over what we found out from the stream. When it's available, it says right there. Let's see. My chat is hiding it a bit, but you can still see it. Launch date is October 28th. Is it still called a gacha? Technically, no, but in my mind, it should still be. I guess I can talk about that first because I briefly touched upon it, but I'll explain it in more detail. Technically, DNA is no longer a gacha, obviously, but the thing is that again, like I mentioned before, the developers developed this game as if it were a gacha for, God knows how many the past, how many years, right? However long DNA's been in development for. You don't just get rid of the gacha vibes just because you drop the whole gacha like vibe or feel or whatever, or just because you drop the gacha model, right? Gacha games are much more than just their monetization model, though obviously the gacha system is a huge part of it. So to be fair, if you drop the gacha model, obviously it's not going to feel like as much as a it's not going to feel sorry, let me say it again. It's not going to feel as much like a gacha as it might have been if it still had a gacha. God, I am really good with English, aren't I? So hopefully you understood that. It's not going to feel like a gacha as much. There we go. My English came back to me. That being said, I'm not sure what else you can call it, because like technically it's a normal game, but normal games don't focus normal games still operate quite differently in my mind, at least until I start playing and see how the game feels. In my mind, DNA is in this weird gray zone between gacha games and like sort of normal games. And to be fair, this is not an area that's been very explored. Very much, if like at all. Maybe there have been other gacha games in the past where maybe they were like, oh, they were originally supposed to be gacha games, but developers decided to drop the whole gacha thing. And they treat it more like a normal game instead. Maybe there are other examples like that. I wouldn't know about them though. But yeah, for me, as far as I'm concerned, like DNA is legitimately the first of its kind, to where the devs have decided to just drop the gacha entirely and be like, hey, all the characters you can get for free, all the weapons you can get for free. Right, and we're just gonna focus on monetization. We're gonna focus the monetization on like the cosmetics and like you just being able to buy dupes of characters. But if you don't want to, that's fine. You can just grind everybody to max anyway, which is great. But I'll touch upon that more a bit later after I'm done talking about this. So it's like a gacha, but not really. Like I'll still call it technically a gacha, right? When I tell people that, oh, I play like 16 different gachas, or it's 17 because I plan to pick up both CZN and DNA. like I'll include it as part of my list of gacha games that I play, but obviously I'll make sure to I'll make sure to specify that, oh yeah, DNA is no longer a gacha anymore, but I'll still include it there because it still has gacha vibes. It's still not a normal game, right? By no means, no, because again, the game still seems like it's gonna focus heavily on characters. There's definitely gonna be like limited time events and stuff like that. It's still going to have a lot of the elements of a gacha game in it, and so those, as long as there's enough of it, I can still call it something like a gacha without the gacha, or I guess we just call it simply just a simple live service game at this point. But a gacha sounds it rolls off the tongue better. So until the community comes up with some sort of like other name that we can call it, in terms of like what it is genre wise, yeah, I don't know what we should call it. But yeah, it's still a gacha game in my mind. It just doesn't have a gacha, which is great, obviously. Extremely consumer friendly move there, but yeah. Yeah, technically a gacha. Actually, technically, technically, if we're going to use the word technically here, we have to say technically not a gacha. Technically. Take a shot every time you say the word technically. They have balls for doing this. It seems really risky business-wise, but hoping it does well and sets a positive precedent. Okay, so let's talk about that next, actually. Now that you mentioned it. I mentioned before in the stream that it's like, so why did Pan Studio, why have the devs decided to like drop the whole gacha thing on its own, right? You said in chat that, oh, it seems really risky business wise. I'm not saying that it isn't. Obviously, there is a definite risk associated with deciding to just drop your main moneymaker model for the benefit of your consumers, or in this case, your players. And some credit does deserve. There's some credit to be given for that. But I did mention before that. I don't think that they would have done this if they weren't already considering this. Like, this was not like a spur of the moment thing, right? I explained earlier for like 15-20 minutes already that I think that the developers for DNA kind of always had that whole like, oh, we're no longer a gacha thing. I think they always kind of had that loaded in the chamber, so to speak. Right, and it was just a matter of like, oh, should we pull the trigger or not? On like, hey, let's just commit to the whole like no gacha thing, and let's just go with that, right? So I don't think it's as risky as you think it might be, because if it were, then they wouldn't have. If it were super risky, then they wouldn't have done it in the first place, right? This is not a situation where it's like, oh, Snowbreak is about to die, right? Snowbreak Containment Zone is about to EOS. The devs have to do something drastic now if they want to save the game. And how did they do it? They started selling Gunnar skins and they saved their game. Classic strategy, I know. But it's not like DNA's in that situation, or at least I don't think so. Because if they were, then I don't think they would have done that. At least that doesn't sound like, I don't know. I don't think they would have done that. I can't really give an exact good reason for that. But yeah, it's either that or they must have found like some oil baron, like some oil prince from Saudi Arabia or something. I think I already like speculated about this before, but like, I don't know, did they get Aramco to fund their game or something? Like, it's definitely a choice. While I don't think it was a decision that they just kind of came up with just for PR's sake. Well, I mean, it is technically this is a PR stunt. I'll talk about that maybe later if I don't forget about it. But yeah, I do think that this wasn't a decision that they just kind of like came up with on the fly. This was a calculated decision, I think. Because again, if it wasn't, it doesn't make sense for them just to be like, oh, hey guys, we just made the game without any gacha, and like, oh, let's just YOLO this shit, see where it goes. Like, I don't think that's what developers like this would do, especially not for a game that they most likely spent the last couple of years working on, right? Why would you toss away all those years of hard work just just to be like, oh, let's be really nice to our players. I guess unless you're Concord's devs, but that's a different story. But I do agree that hopefully DNA pops off, because yeah, hopefully this means that, you know, this can set some kind of trend for gacha games, I guess. Maybe this is what the next evolution in gacha games looks like. Right? Maybe DNA deciding to take the first step into the ocean of, you know, let's just straight up get rid of the gacha because nobody likes that shit. Maybe this is what we need. Maybe this is what the gacha scene needs, right? I'm the type of dude, because I play so many fucking gacha games. I am personally very invested in seeing how gacha games develop and evolve over time. And I will say I was not expecting this. I was not expecting a gacha game so soon to come out and be like, hey, we're just going to drop the gacha. Because that sounds unbelievable to me. Like, I didn't think something like this would happen for at least another, like, 3-4 years. At minimum. Realistically, I thought this wouldn't happen for another 5 or 6. So to see the DNA devs just be like, fuck it, we ball. To a certain extent, at least. It's very surprising, and in a good way too. And I don't say that every day about, you know, corporate decisions that gacha games make. So yeah, it's definitely a pleasant surprise. But yeah, I do genuinely hope that it works out for them. I hope that this is a decision that they didn't just, like, you know, Deca Bear didn't just wake up one day, didn't just make, you know, waking up one day and be like, hey, maybe we should just get rid of the gacha. Let's, let's see what that happens then. Surely our game can't fail. Keck W. So, yeah. Hopefully it wasn't like a spur of the moment decision. And hopefully it wasn't just a fucking PR stunt. Because, let me talk about that real quick, because I did say I wanted to talk about this. I do think that this is, like, them saying that, oh, there's no more gacha anymore, right? This is basically a giant PR stunt. Remember, at the end of the day, these developers, right, as inviting and welcoming and chill as they may seem, they're not your friends, right? You don't know them personally. Sure, they may be developers, but they still have to figure out ways to make money, right? Because considering DNA is a live service game, right? It's not like it's not live service. They have to worry about how to make money, how to keep the game afloat. They can't just ignore that, right? As much as they'll preach to us about, oh, you know, it's all for the players, it's all for you guys, blah blah blah. Like, sure, let's give them the benefit of the doubt that there's some truth to that. But at the end of the day, they still got to make money, right? They can't just go full on, you know, oh, we love the players, and just toss the financial well-being of their game out the fucking window. So these developers are still not your friends, right? They have to do certain things that, you know, will pay off for them financially at least in the long run. So them dropping the gacha from their gacha game here in DNA is not entirely just them being super generous, right? Part of this is a PR stunt for sure, right? We're not like the other gacha games, right? We're not even a gacha game at all anymore, technically, right? Like, gacha game, I always say this, right? The more gacha games we get over time, especially the big production ones, right? All the big, large-scale gacha games that all the Chinese studios are making these days, and are coming out, you know, one by one over the next couple of years. They all have to differentiate themselves, right? Because they're all Genshin clones at the end of the day, right? They all looked at Genshin, saw how much money it fucking made, and like, hey, we can do that too, right? They all have to make themselves different from each other. And so I guess how DNA looked at it was like, the way we can make ourselves different is by coming out and being like, hey guys, we don't have a gacha anymore. We're not even a gacha game anymore, technically. So it's a bold move. Definitely a risky one, though not as risky as some people might think. But yeah, I think I saw somebody in YouTube chat say that, some people, they knew some people who weren't going to try out DNA before because it was a gacha, but as soon as they heard the news that, oh, DNA is no longer a gacha game anymore, oh, now they're going to try the game, right? That's exactly what DNA wants. That's exactly what they're hoping for, right? They're going out on a bit of a prayer that they'll make more of a splash because they're gonna make the headlines by saying coming out and announcing that, oh, they used to be a gacha game but not anymore. Look how generous we are, guys. So it's still a lot of this vibe, or a lot of the vibe that I'm getting from this is that there's a big part of this that does kind of tell me it's a PR, it's a big PR stunt, that it is a big like marketing thing that they're trying to do. But hey, to their credit, it's a kind of marketing stunt that it's a kind of like PR tactic that potentially can work in the favor of both the developers and the players. Obviously, mainly in favor of the players, because if you don't have to deal with the gacha anymore, then yeah, that means you don't have to spend money, which is cool. So, just wanted to wrap up my thoughts on that. Moving on here to the rest of my thoughts here. Again, I did cover this briefly before, but let's go over the whole like no gacha model thing. So you can get all the characters and all the weapons are free, right? And there's no more stamina, or if you want to put it this way, unlimited stamina. Obviously, these are all very good things, right? I mean, we touched upon it before many times. No gacha means that all the characters are technically free. I do have some questions on like I did elaborate on some of the concerns that I had, specifically the whole like you have to farm stuff to farm other stuff thingy, or the setup they have going on. Again, if it doesn't take that much time, then sure, whatever. I don't think I'll have a problem with that. It's just that if it does end up taking a lot of time, then we've kind of got an issue here, where it's like how bad does the grind have to get for people to justify, oh, but you can technically get these characters for free, right? Like how much grind are people willing to put up with, right? In my opinion, most people wouldn't tolerate that much grind. Like, I think at most 2 weeks is, I think, the maximum that most gacha players are willing to be like, okay, like, sure, fine, I'll go through like 2 weeks worth of grind in order to get this character for free. Any longer than that, or like anywhere more than a month, then people will start kind of being like, that's not really worth it, right? Because a month's a long time, man, to have to grind for a single character. So definitely some concerns there. Unlimited stamina as well. I mean, technically that's nothing but a good thing. However, again, this kind of ties in with the whole like farming for characters and stuff, and farming for weapon materials and stuff. It's like, how long does each like grind run take, right? Because if each grind run, every time you enter a dungeon, and when you like, if it takes you like fucking 10 minutes to clear, that's a long time, right? Like, if it only takes you like maybe only a minute, or at most maybe a couple of minutes, sure, that might not be too bad, depending on how expensive it is to unlock characters or to craft gear. But if it takes more than like 5 or 10 minutes, like, that's a really long time. That's a lot of time you're gonna have to spend on grinding. This is the exact issue that I discussed before. I even mentioned this before too in one of my how to improve Genshin Impact videos, because in one of those videos I also suggested for Genshin to just get rid of their stamina system entirely, right? That would be best case scenario, where Genshin, or Hoyo in this case, just gets rid of their fucking stamina system and make it so that people can infinitely grind for artifacts or literally whatever else that used to take like stamina before, right? But one thing that I did point out when I suggested that, right, in my own How to Improve Genshin video, is that, okay, if you're going to do that though, then that means that you can't like sweep or anything, technically, or anything like that, because sweeping would make no sense unless you give like a consumable, right, a consumable item that you can use to instantly do like a run or two. Right? I'm hoping that DNA will have some sort of consumable item like that, either from the start of the game, ideally, or if the game doesn't come with something like that, maybe in the future, where yeah, if you have this ticket, like this farm ticket or whatever, right? One ticket means, oh, one free run of a dungeon or something like that, right? And since it's consumable, you got to earn more somehow. Hopefully you can farm those tickets or get them as like event rewards or something, right? Hopefully they do that just to lighten up the grind a little bit, assuming that the grind is kind of hefty. But I guess we'll see with due time. Let's see what else. DNA progression now seems to focus heavily or mainly on collection, like characters, weapons, story completion, etc. A bit of this isn't that much of a concern, at least not as big of a concern as some of the others I've had. But I do wonder like what exactly that entails. Obviously, like grinding characters and like unlocking characters, sure, that counts. But like, I do have to wonder like how many different ways of unlocking characters are there, right? The main way seem that they at least that the one they talked about is that, oh, you just grind for character shards, and then once you have enough shards, you can just unlock them directly. Apparently there should be some characters who are like either event limited or they just show up as part of events, I guess. Hopefully they're not limited just like the events are. I mean, they shouldn't be. The devs themselves said that all characters should be free to unlock. So assuming that's not the case, I guess we don't have to worry about that. But the third way that I can see them like gating characters is through just like overworld stuff. Like we know DNA isn't technically a fully fledged open world game, but it's still kind of like a pseudo open world, right? It's kind of like Star Rail apparently, where you have maps that you can like explore, but it's not like you have to travel from map to map, so it's technically not open world. Right, you can't just go from one map to another just like smoothly. You have to teleport there. So no true open world transportation or like exploration type thing. But what if there are some characters where you have to like basically they have a different way of like unlocking, right? You have to find the like secret characters, I guess, because I can see them doing that. Now that, they have no more gacha, and right, you don't have to worry about rolling characters from gacha anymore. I could definitely see them like, sneaking in like, maybe some secret top tier characters around certain maps or whatever, right? But what if in order to get them, it's either really hard to do so, right? Like you have to beat them in one-on-one combat, but they're really tough fights, and realistically you can't get them done until like you've been playing them for like a couple of months or something. Or even worse, what if they're RNG? And how bad would the RNG be for those kinds of characters that are these secret characters, quote unquote, where like the way to get the ways to unlock them is gonna be really weird, and it could be like wow, this kind of fucking sucks, right? Even worse, what if these super secret characters are legitimately top tier, and like every single fucking guide on the planet for this game ends up recommending them, but like you need to have the exact right RNG to be able to unlock them in the first place. Like that's gonna fucking suck. Like sure, technically they're free to unlock, but like, what's the point if it's gonna fucking take you 6 months like 6 months or longer to be able to finally fucking unlock them, right? What if this game ends up having another angry mango situation from FGO, where it's like there's this one character that's like that has the worst drop rate in the game, but unlike Angry Mango and FGO, they actually end up being fucking top tier in this game. And, like, there are entire fights that you can't do if you don't have this character. And, like, the only way to get them is through literal RNG, the literal randomness. It's like, hopefully they don't do that. Hopefully I'm just, like, worrying over nothing. But, like, I've played so many gacha games, and I've seen how so many gacha games work. It's like, you never know, man. And it doesn't. What makes it worse is that I've never played a DNA beta before, so like I literally don't know. All I can do is just cross my fingers that like they don't do that. And that when they say you can unlock every single character in a game, they don't all. There's also not some fucking fine print down at the bottom that says, but some characters are gonna be complete ass to unlock, and you can go fuck yourself. So hopefully they don't do that. And lastly, cosmetics. Okay, so this is time to talk about the overall monetization of this game. I think this is the last thing I want to talk about for tonight. Or just for this topic anyway. DNA no longer being a gacha. Like, sure, that sounds amazing for the player, right? I mean, I myself, I gotta admit, it's a bold move, Cotton, to use that meme, right? But let's see if it works out, and I hope I hope it does. The problem is that I think I mentioned this earlier, right before I started like summarizing all my notes here. But I was talking to chat, and then I was mentioning how it's like DNA truly is the first of its kind, where, at least as far as I'm concerned, where the gacha, you have a gacha game that decided to no longer be gacha. So what does that mean? Because I have never seen a situation like this before. I've been playing gacha games for 8.5 years. Some people that I know, including some people from my chat, have been playing gacha games for even longer. I don't know if those people have even seen something like this before, right? I don't know, chat. Do any of you guys in chat right now, for those of you who've been playing gacha games for a really long time like me, or even perhaps even longer, have you guys ever seen a situation like this where a gacha game that originally was supposed to be gacha, or at least in their betas, in their beta tests, the devs just suddenly come out and be like, hey guys, we're just no longer a gacha anymore. Have fun. Like, has this ever happened? I can't think of one. DNA is truly the first of its kind to do this. So it's in a very unique position, but what that means is I have no other reference to work off of, right? At least a lot of my experience with gacha games, usually I can be like, oh, I've seen this thing before. I've played these games before, right? To use that fucking meme. Helps I'm also Korean too. I don't know, put me in a fucking, Squid Games, but with gacha games in it. See if I win. But anyways, references aside, usually whenever something big happens in a gacha, I can usually look at it and be like, oh, I recognize this situation. This happened in some other gacha game or something like that. Or even if it didn't happen one-to-one, I can use my past gacha experience with other gacha games, and kind of like piece together what I think is going on. With DNA, I have very little clue. I only really have like vibes to work off of. And like maybe some like vague industry knowledge, I guess. I don't know. So DNA, for them to drop their whole gacha model, all I can say, or the biggest thing the first thing I can say that I want to say is I hope it fucking works out, right? I genuinely hope it works, if nothing else, for the sake of the players. The reason why gacha games are made is because the gacha model itself is so goddamn fucking lucrative, right? If you make a gacha game, and assuming for the moment that you don't massively fuck up along the way, and you don't massively piss off your players, gacha games are basically guaranteed to make you money, and as long as the game itself is good too. Which, all those things combined, obviously that's kind of hard to do, but if you manage to do it, then you are set, right? The gacha model, we know, makes fucking bank. So for DNA to get rid of it, right, that means that their monetization, right, has to come from some other sources. Well, duh, right? You probably didn't need me to tell you that. So clearly they're deciding to shift their monetization model or their strategy over to like stuff like cosmetics, and I guess the other big thing is to let players pay for dupes directly, right? Dupes of characters directly. I guess we'll start out with the dupes of characters directly thing. I think I mentioned before again, but I hope that dupe copies are not that expensive. Like, ideally, I want them to only cost $20, but I can see them costing like maybe 30 or 40. Hopefully no more than that. Because if they cost more than that, then that's kind of a ripoff at that point. Especially for a gacha game that claims that, that makes a whole big deal about, you can unlock every single one of our characters free. So yeah, hopefully they don't cost more than that, but again, we shall see. Same thing for the cosmetics too. I've made it a point on my channel at least to say that, skins, no matter which gacha game they're from, or just video game, games in general that have any sort of microtransactions, I think that skins in any video game should cost no more than $20. If you're gonna charge more than $20 for a skin, that skin better be fucking worth it. Like, it's noticeably higher quality. And the developers make sure that they give you some other freebies too along with it. I don't know, like more summoning tickets or like more resources of some kind or something like that to like supplement the value of you buying that, you know, higher priced skin, however much more it costs. Maybe other like cosmetic accessories or some shit. I don't know. You know, come up with something, devs. So, yeah, hopefully the skins don't fucking cost an arm and a leg. You know, I'm looking at you, 416 skin from GFL2. And not only that, but how will the cosmetics be handled too? Because the devs, to their credit, did make a point to make sure to say that yeah, all the characters are available at any time. It's just a matter of grinding, right? But what about the cosmetics? They didn't mention anything about the cosmetics being always available, right? So I have to assume that they're still gonna have some FOMO in the game in the form of limited time cosmetics, limited time skins. I highly doubt that all the skins in the game will also be permanent too. Like, I don't see them just like making, for example, the Christmas skin that they teased earlier in the stream being all like, you know, oh, you can just buy that whenever you want. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I get the feeling that's most likely going to be a seasonal purchase, and if you don't buy it during Christmas, during the holidays, well, you can go fuck yourself. That type of thing, you know. So it's not that big of an issue technically, but again, considering that the devs are making such a big deal out of like, oh, you can grind any of your characters for free, I feel like just, you know, for maximum player like friendliness, they should also have the skins available for purchase at any time too. But I don't know if they talked about that. Maybe they did, maybe I just missed it. But hopefully the skins are permanent too, but for some reason I don't. Well, not just for some reason. I don't think that's going to be the case. And in terms of like just overall monetization, I guess, I think the last thing I can end this with is DNA being designed initially as a gacha game and then deciding to no longer be a gacha game. I already brought up the fact that, like, technically this makes DNA a very unique gacha game just in that sense alone. But that does make me quite worried about how well the game can stay afloat, right? Because the gacha model makes so much fucking money for gacha games, right? So there's a good reason why, you know, so many gacha games are coming out. It's because they make money. And people know it. We know it too. We know all of us. A lot of us gacha players might whine and bitch about how predatory the gacha system is, myself included. If you don't believe me, just look at any of the fucking coin flips that I lost 4 or 5 in a row of across all the big 4 gachas recently over the course of like the past month or two. But the brutal truth, the brutal reality is that gacha makes money, at least the model, right? Genshin wouldn't be able to turn into what it is now if it weren't for the fact that it is gacha, right? It wouldn't be able to, most, if not all, the gacha games that exist right now would not be able to do the things it does, they do, or they have done and still do, if not for the fact that they are all gachas, because gachas make fucking bank, as long as the games themselves are done well, like I said before. What I'm trying to say here, the point I'm trying to get here, without me sounding like I'm going in circles constantly, is that I worry about how much money DNA will make. Because, like I said earlier, I want DNA to succeed simply because they're being like, oh yeah, we're just not going to let you, we're not going to force our players to deal with this, with a god-awful fucking gacha system anymore. Just, hey, just have all the characters for free. You know, it's just a matter of grinding, and me being a huge gacha grinder that I am, like, I fucking love that shit. That's right up my alley, right? And that I've always believed that, you know, if you are willing to put in the time to work for something, you know, you should be able to get it. My ultimate goal for all gacha games, eventually, however long this will take, is that as long as you grind the game enough, right? As long as you play a gacha game every day, even if it does still have the traditional gacha model, as long as you play a gacha every day, right? You don't miss any major content, stuff like that. The game should reward you. These gachas eventually should reward you with the ability to get every single character in the game. Maybe not weapons. If games want to charge more for weapons, then I think that's fine. The characters are what's important, and that, and as long as free to play alternatives are still viable and they don't feel like trash, like the non 5-star weapons in Wuwa do, for example. I think that's all fine. That's all fine and dandy. So yeah, I want DNA to succeed with their whole no gacha model, but it's definitely risky. It's definitely a pretty big risk what they're doing. I mean, I know that I mentioned before that I don't think it's as big of a risk as some people out there seem to think, but it still is a pretty big risk, right? I'll give you that, or I'll give the devs that. And it could backfire, right? There is a chance that it could backfire. Again, we have no other precedent to go work off of. Well, maybe with the exception, like, I don't know, Azure Lane. Azure Lane is a gacha game that mainly its main monetization model is that it sells gooner ass skins most of the time, right? Every single major update, they always put out, like, I don't know, anywhere from 5 to 7 or 8 fucking different gooner ass skins, right? So imagine how many they come out with during the summer, for example, whenever it's summer season. So that's how they make money. So it's like, yeah, I see why, I see why DNA is trying to do the same thing. Because honestly, how else are they gonna make money? But here's the thing: Azure Lane is a much smaller game, and they've been doing this ever since it was a game. Ever since it came out fucking 7 years ago. Because Azure Lane is 7 years old this year. We just had the 7th anniversary earlier today, or not today, earlier this month. So it's it works for Azure Lane. It's a time-proven strategy, and clearly they've developed their game around that business model. But with DNA, we have nothing to work off of. We don't know if this monetization model will even work or not, right? Because DNA, I would assume, was a much more expensive game to develop than Azure Lane, right? I consider DNA a Genshin clone, so I would assume that there was a lot of money poured into developing the game in the first place. Obviously, I don't know how much exactly, but I mean, it's a kind of open world 3D gacha game, so I would imagine there was a fair bit of money put into it, right? Wuthering Waves also had, I would imagine, a lot of money put into it too, so I have to give DNA the same sort of benefit of the doubt too, right? So assuming that, I don't know if DNA devs just deciding to make most of their money from cosmetics would be enough to cover their bills, right? To be able to turn a profit. And not only that, but if it turns out that it's not enough, and they decide that, and they realize, we have to make more money, then there comes the risk of them changing stuff, right? We gotta increase the prices on dupe copies or whatever. We have to increase the prices of the skins, or we have to make even more skins and start flooding the game with all sorts of fucking cosmetics that are all fucking limited time, so that way we can bait people into fucking buying them, because we're trying to use FOMO tactics here when we said that we wouldn't, at least not for the characters. There are so many ways that this can go wrong that I can't help but be worried. I hope that all my concerns are just unfounded. I'm just worrying over nothing. That would be great. And that it turns out that the developers knew what they were doing the entire time. I pray that's the case. But until I see how the game turns out, until I see how the game exactly monetizes itself, and it does so in a way where both it's profitable and it's not completely fucking shitting on the players, I can't help but carry those concerns with me going into this game's release. Right? I worry about how much money this game's going to make. Because again, you can have the most generous gacha game in the world, but if it ain't making shit, then it's gonna die. Simple as that. I think I mentioned before that gacha developers are not your friends. Yeah, they're still not. They still need to make money because they can come off as being generous as you want them to, as you might think of them. But if they're not making any money, then what the fuck is the point? What the fuck is the point of a gacha game being so generous to the point where they fucking EOS themselves because they're not making any money anymore? Right? More generous gacha games tend to not make as much money. I mean, look at Azure Lane, look at PGR. Both of those gacha games in terms of like gacha, right? They're actual gacha. Both of those games are very generous towards their players. Azure Lane and PGR both, I believe, are gacha games. Azure Lane for sure. I think PGR this applies too, but I don't play PGR myself, at least not yet. But I think both those games are the kinds of gachas where as long as you grind, as long as you play every day, technically speaking, you can get every single character in the game. And it's not that big of a deal. It's actually pretty easy to do after you've grinded the game enough, at least. But at the same time, neither of those gacha games make that much money, right? You look at the gacha monthly revenue charts every month, right? Off that one subreddit or whatever. And, you know, when's the last time you've seen PGR or Azure Lane up towards the top, right? Usually never. I don't think they've ever been near the top before in their entire life cycles, right? You usually see shit like, you know, the Big Four or something, or maybe on occasion FGO or Uma Musume, depending on what kind of banners they had that month. But never stuff like Azure Lane or PGR, right? As long as DNA makes enough money, like, cool. I guess that's all we can ask for. But, you know, if DNA doesn't feel like it's making enough money, then like they can only put out so much content, right? The quality of their content can only be so high. Which, I don't know. Depending on your perspective, I don't know. Maybe we're already used to that with the other Big Four, with the other Big Four gacha games. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But, anyways, I think that should wrap up all my main concerns with the game. So, anyways, I'll end the recording there because I'm sure this React video is already like fucking 2 hours long by now. So, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Azure Lane did well enough to fund Azure Premilia, not on its own though. From Lazy Life, you have to understand, all these gacha developers, they had to take out loans, or at least that's most likely what they did. If you think that Azure Premilia was funded entirely by Azure Lane, no, it most likely wasn't. Like, I'm sure a fair bit of it was, but no, man. Genshin Impact was not entirely funded by Honkai Impact. If, you know, what Dawei said a long time ago with that one interview where he said that, you know, oh, Genshin Impact cost like $100 million to fucking develop in the first place is any indication. No, man. Old gacha games did not make anywhere near enough to fund the entire, like, development cycle of these newer games. At least I highly doubt that, right? Wuthering Waves is also another good example, even though I don't have, like, direct proof. I can't, like, prove it, you know. Insert the Dwayks meme here from not Breaking Bad, from Dexter. That one meme that's popular on Twitter right now where it's like, oh, I know this is happening, but, you know, I can't prove it yet. Just put, you know, fucking paste my face over that dude. But for Wuthering Waves, I honestly think that Kuro Game was forced either by Tencent or just they felt like they needed to release it early. Kuro was forced to release the game early. Wuwa, that is. They were forced to release the game like anywhere from like 4 to 6 months early because they were starting to run out of development funds. They need to start making money right now, right? If the launch of the game were any indication, right? Because Wuwa's launch was not pretty, right? Mobile sucked. A lot of quite a few things about the game, like the even performance on PC even was kind of janky, especially for lower end PCs. A lot of the game itself, like there were certain aspects about the game, like especially in soundtrack quality, like that just were like, what the hell? Like Kuro Game went from having a fucking kick-ass goated soundtrack from PGR to whatever the fuck 1.0 soundtrack was in WoW. Like, what the fuck? Where'd their budget go? Right? And that tells me that the Kuro devs need to start paying off their loans like as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they had time, like why did they rush the game out so like that? Right? They should have taken the next 5 to 6 months just polishing the game, right? Making a better mobile client, right? Making sure that the game ran better on just PCs in general, both on lower and higher end PCs. The fact that they went from working on fucking Unity with the PGR in terms of like game engine over to Unreal for WUA also didn't really help either. That and, you know, them trying to fucking revise the story in like 6 months didn't help either, but to be fair, I don't know how much of the story they really changed. So I don't know if that's even a concern that's worth mentioning. So yeah, no. Like, I would venture a guess that most gacha companies or most gacha developers that are all the ones that are developing like the big production, large scale gacha games, they all had to like take out loans, massive loans. Kuro did that for WUA. The DNA devs most likely had to do that too. Obviously Hoyo did that for Genshin, but obviously I can believe Hoyo like just fully funding Star Rail and Zenless using nothing but Genshin money. That's plausible with how successful Genshin was. But they're an exception, obviously, because they were the first ones to the table, right? Just because of how fucking successful Genshin ended up being. But for all these other gacha games, right, that either had previous gacha games, sure, but they weren't as successful, or just brand new studios, right? Like Pan Studio, I guess, and whoever's working on that other WUA clone. What was that called again? It started with a C, like collecting or not condescending, but like Cole something, I forget. Kind of wonder how that game's come along actually. But anyways. Most of these other Chinese studios had to take out loans in order to help fund their game. So, I guess the one exception will be like Naked Rain, the guys who are working on Ananta right now. Considering their publisher is fucking NetEase, I'm sure NetEase has the money to fucking fund that game. So maybe they don't have to worry about like having to start paying off their loans, perhaps. But I guess we'll see. Do we have a countdown for DNA? We have a launch date. You can see it on screen, though my chat is blocking it. October 28th. So in 2 months. Almost exactly 2 months. Yeah, condescending the game. Yeah, I forget what the name for that game was. But yeah, just wanted to make it clear that, you know, gacha games like Azure Lane did not fully fund Azure Premier. Like maybe a little bit, sure, but nah, not on its own, no. Even though the grind is reasonable, people are still willing to pay to skip. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you'll definitely see in DNA. You'll definitely see content creators and whales, or at least people who don't mind just paying to get a character immediately. Everyone will just straight up just buy the character, like buy new characters as they come out, right? Yeah, you'll still have plenty of people who do that. Nothing against that, of course, too. If people want to pay for to get a character immediately, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, excuse me. Been talking for a while. Yap. To correct yourself, the starter girl for DNA is in fact a 4-star. Now that Gacha's been removed, she'll be powered up to a 5-star. That's also a good question, actually. I probably should have mentioned. Is it worth mentioning? I don't know. I now that you bring it up, though, I am kind of curious how they'll manage like the rarity system. I think I remember the devs mentioning that. Mentioning themselves in the stream here that yeah, like they know that because there's no gacha anymore, there's kind of pointless to have a rarity system anymore, so they're just getting rid of it. Which if that's true, then technically that should be nothing but a good thing, right? Because that way, if there is no rarity, that means that all characters are basically just balanced equally, right? The devs and us players too, for that matter, don't need to worry about, oh, this character is probably going to be treated like a 4-star or a 5-star or whatever, right? So technically, that should be nothing but a good thing. Pay to win strat. There could be, yeah. That's what I'm worried about personally. It's like, okay, so I mean, the devs claim and Deca Bear in the stream claim that, oh yeah, they don't want to put in fucking pay to win bullshit in their game, but like, you know, developers can say one thing but do something completely fucking different. So, you know, we got to play the game to believe it, type of thing. But I guess we'll see. We'll see if they stick to their word or not. Hey, Akar, how's it going, man? Frankly, just slap a flat price for C6 or whatever the max dupe is, and that's fine. Removal of gotcha summoning is fine. Glorified slot machine can go fuck itself. Yeah. We played FGO for long enough to know to have that opinion, huh? Honestly, Akaro, technically there should be like a flat price for like max dupe characters, because this game in this stream, the developers for this game confirmed that yeah, you can just straight up buy copies of characters. So technically there should be a flat price. We just don't know how much money each individual dupe costs. So I guess we'll find out. Anytime you say Deca Bear, yeah. Somebody in YouTube chat was like, every time I say Deca, they're reminded of Decadenza from Twitch chat, I think. Wherever he is, hopefully he's doing fine. There are special upgrade mats in Warframe that require premium currency, but you can get them from the 100% free battle pass and from trading for plats or whatever. I don't know what that is. The premium currency, yeah, that sounds good. But yeah, hopefully, because I've never played Warframe myself. Hopefully, they copy all the good stuff from Warframe. And hopefully they don't start getting any, you know, silly ideas about, hey, let's charge them this, and it turns out to be a bullshit price tag. They need to carefully monetize upgrade mats and DNA to avoid pay to win. I think the main concern would just be to avoid making grind in the game way too fucking hard, or just way too much for casual players. Yeah. As long as they don't do that, and as long as the grind feels fair, at the very least, I think it's fine for them to monetize like upgrade packs. Yeah, that's totally fine. Because yeah, if you can just grind everything for free, right? There's no stamina cap or anything. Yeah, you really are just paying for the convenience of just having shit now, and that's how gacha games should be. So. I guessed it. I mean, it wasn't a terribly hard guess. Offer $100 and you'll grind the rest of the fragments in game. I mean, hey, Akaru, I was saying earlier that I'm hoping that each dupe will only cost like a maximum of like $20, maybe 30 at most. And yeah, like assuming that, you know, the maximum dupe copy in this game for a character is like what, 6 copies or something, like C6 or whatever. Well, technically that means it would be 7. Yeah, I mean, that's still only, in air quotes, $140. I mean, that's still a lot of money, to be fair, but, I mean, that's a hell of a lot better than having to spend 800 or, like, over 1,000 in other games. Genshin. I am the grind. We are the grind. Let's see. Warframe player that was sponsored by DNA hated the game. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I mean, it's only one guy. It's only one player. Unless that player was like a well-known like community member, or like they're like a veteran of Warframe. I don't know, but if it's just a random who's like, oh, I play Warframe, I don't like DNA. It's like, well, they can go fuck themselves. Yeah, like that's literally a one guy situation. Just thankful you don't got to deal with 50-50s. I mean, hell, Finkel, I would have been perfectly fine if DNA didn't drop its gacha model, but because I would have assumed that going to its launch they would still kept the whole like, oh, your first copy of a character is guaranteed, and if you want more dupes, you're gonna have to deal with the coin flip then. In which case that's perfectly fine by me. That's fair, right? I only care about getting one copy of a character anyway, so fuck if I care. But yeah, this is even better. Best case scenario, actually. Exedra's new raids dropped. I don't really give a fuck. I guess I'll do them, but whatever. Not like I'm gonna be able to roll for Holy Mommy anyway. Looter shooter players are nitpicky, wouldn't hold one influence's word as to him. Yeah, I mean, even if we're talking about other communities, right? I mean, gacha players are retarded, so, or at least a lot of them are. Not everyone, obviously, but a lot of gacha players out there, especially the more vocal ones, are fucking stupid. It's either they're stupid or they're just ignorant because all they've ever played are the big 4 gacha games, and outside of those 4, they have no idea what gacha games are really like. But yeah, I mean, any community in general, like you don't want to just take the word of one guy, right? It's either you take like multiple anecdotes from multiple players from across the spectrum of players, and most importantly, you play the game yourself to see how it's like, so you can form your own opinion. But yeah, I wasn't going to hold that one guy, I just trust the word of one dude, just on its own either, so. Imagine grinding for the carries and you have the 50-50 of the fragments. You'll get. I hope they don't do that. Holy fuck. I really hope they don't do that. Because they didn't say that they wouldn't do that, right? It's not too late to glaze woo like it's the cure to cancer. No thanks. Sorry. But if you put it that way, then sorry, I don't think there's a cure to content creators like Saint Tontus. Well, not pleasant ones anyway. I mean, hey, chemotherapy is rough on the human body. You do lose all your hair after all, so. Hey, maybe is that why Tectone's fucking bald? Why does Wuwa have this horrendous blue blur? Really? I actually don't know what you're talking about. I probably won't be able to play Wuwa tonight. I'll probably have to play Wuwa tomorrow, unfortunately. Because I spent a lot of time already reacting, and I did say this. I want this to be a short stream. Yeah, this turned out to be a fucking normal length stream anyway. Just the blur? Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe I'll experience it too when I get in game. Or once I download the new update later. Too much gooning causes cancer. Well, technically, doesn't. I don't know how true this is. Maybe this is just an urban legend, an internet legend. But doesn't jacking off on a regular basis like prevent guys from getting prostate cancer, or at least reduce your risk for getting prostate cancer? Is that a thing, or was I just fucking gaslit? Maybe too much gooning just causes balding. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Probably gaslit. Yeah, I mean, you work in the medical space, Akaru, so I'll take your word for it. Yeah, maybe I was just being gaslit. New update fucked up on optimization. What in WoWa? I mean, no surprises here. It's a research topic. That's not really a thing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, it's a good thing I asked then. Akara is a not really a medic. I know he works in the medical field, I think. I don't know what he is now, though. Gooning is safe every once in a while, like all things in moderation. Shit. Yeah, he's just a straight up doctor, yeah. Curious if you're gooning 3 to 5 times a day, is that fucking dangerous? I guess maybe? Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. Like, if you keep that up for a really long time, maybe you might have something to worry about. I don't know. The question is, will we stop, though? Yeah, I guess that's the better question. Akara making more bank than the entire chat combined? Yeah, he might be. Yeah, legit. I mean, I know he's making more money than me. Not that that was very hard to do in the first place, though. ED speedrun? Oh no. You got loans and mortgages. I mean, hey, you're in, put it this way, you're in a position to have loans and mortgages in the first place. I mean, at least you can pay them off. I can't. Or at least it's very hard for me to. Either way, though, if nothing else, I know, you know, being a doctor, I'm sure, is not an easy job. I'm sure you're busy all the time. It's like, yeah, maybe you make a lot of money, but how much time do you have to enjoy that money, you know? Anyways, it's already 10:05. So yeah, like I said, chat, I can't play WoW tonight. We'll come back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to play WoW tomorrow. But yeah, I gotta get going now. It was nice chatting about this, though, if nothing else. So I'm gonna see if I can upload the React segment of the stream today, and just put it up straight up to YouTube or whatever. I'll try to see if I can get somebody to make a thumbnail for me, real quick. How intensive are multiple monitors too? What do you mean? You mean like the monitors in the back? I don't usually use the computers there, just because, you know, I don't want to use too much electricity. This computer already chugs a lot of already fucking guzzles a lot of electricity already. So there was a point where I used to have like 6 monitors on at the same time, like 6 or 8. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, I don't really do it anymore. I think I did that mainly back when I had the money to afford all like having all those computers on, and 2, that was back when I was still like watching a ton of YouTubers. So I just have all my computers on and have every single monitor have a different fucking VTuber stream at the same time. But anyways, but yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Just watch the GFL2 patch stream. Belka skin is hot. Ooh, nice. Looking forward to it. But yeah, I will see you guys next time. Or by next time, I mean tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will stop by for tomorrow's stream. Let me look up somebody to raid. Oh, Sweet Elise streaming. Perfect. Send guys over to her. I'm sure she's streaming the, what is it? The WoWa update, so. Yep. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Go hang out with Miss Sweetly and tell her that I said what's up, and hopefully she's been enjoying her. Was she on vacation or was she just on break, or was she like away for like business trips, gacha related business trips or something? I don't know. Either way, tell her I said what's up. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out, and catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.